Today we will review all the words learned in Book 4. Let's get started.
Benefit. Benefit. Verb. To help or be helpful to. To be useful to. That preschool program benefits young children. Noun. Number 1. Something that is useful or helpful, that does good. One of the benefits of my exercise program is that I sleep better. Number 2. An event held to raise money for a cause. The library's benefit raised enough money for a new children's room.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. People hold benefits to A. Raise money, or B. Lose money. If you said A, you are correct. Benefits are events people pay to attend. The money raised goes for certain causes.
Complete. Complete. Adjective. 1. Having no missing parts. Whole. She bought a complete set of woodworking tools at a yard sale. Number 2. Finished. The new wing on the high school is now complete. Verb. To finish. Schubert did not complete his 8th symphony, so it's nicknamed the Unfinished.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. If your work is complete, you don't have to do it anymore. If you said yes, you are correct. Complete means finished or done.
Develop. Develop. Verb. Number 1. To go through a process of growth. Running regularly develops strong leg muscles. Number 2. To bring or come into being. The day after I brushed against the poison ivy, a rash developed on my leg.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Photographers use chemicals to develop their pictures. If you said true, you are right. Photographers apply chemicals to film to bring out the pictures.
Dismay. Dismay. Verb. To cause feelings of fear, worry, or surprise. A large crack in the ceiling of our newly painted kitchen dismayed my parents. Noun. A sudden loss of courage because of fear or worry. Just after we began hiking, we were filled with dismay when we heard the rumble of a rock slide.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which would be more likely to cause you dismay? A. A rip in your new sweater, or B. A pleasant afternoon. If you said A, you are correct. Getting a rip in a new piece of clothing would not make you feel happy.
Ease. Ease. Noun. A state of being comfortable, without worry, pain, or trouble. Since I took a course in public speaking, I feel much more at ease when I give a speech. Verb. To make less worried, pained, or troubled. It eased my mind to hear you were safe.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. Sitting in a comfortable chair would make most people feel at ease. If you said yes, you are right. Most people would feel very relaxed sitting in a comfortable chair.
Hail. Hail. Small lumps of frozen rain. The hail, bouncing off the metal roof of the garage, made a terrible racket. Verb. Number 1. To fall as frozen rain. My father's corn plants suffered a lot of damage when it hailed yesterday. Number 2. To greet or welcome, usually with admiration. The band played Hail to the Chief as the president came in.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? When you hail someone, you wish the person well as you say goodbye. If you said false, you are correct. You hail a person to greet or welcome him or her.
Lack. Lack. Verb. To be without. He never sees the funny side of things because he lacks a sense of humor. Noun. A shortage. A lack of money to pay the staff forced our library to close on weekends.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these might be caused by a lack of money? A. A rainy day. Or B. A party being canceled. If you said B, you are correct. You must have money to buy food, drinks, and other items for a party. You cannot use money to change the weather.
Master. Master. Adjective. Number 1. Chief. Main. Throw the master switch to turn on the power. Number 2. Having or showing great skill. Rick is a master carpenter. Verb. To become skilled at. My mother mastered the new computer program in just a few weeks.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? It's easy to master a foreign language. If you said no, you are correct. It takes a lot of hard work to master something.
Patriot. Patriot. Noun. One who loves, supports, and is loyal to his or her country. Giuseppe Garibaldi was an Italian patriot who fought tirelessly to unite his country. Patriotic. Patriotic. Adjective. Having or showing love of one's country. America the Beautiful is a patriotic song that was written by Catherine Lee Bates. Patriotism. Patriotism. Noun. Love of one's country. Some people show their patriotism by proudly flying their country's flag.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Supporting your school shows patriotism. If you said false, you're correct. Patriotism has to do with supporting one's country.
Project. Project. Noun. A plan or idea for doing something. My science project is going to show what acid rain does to plants. Project. Project. Verb. Number 1. To stick out. Nails are still projecting out of the new floor, so be careful where you walk. Number 2. To cause an image to be shown on a screen. This machine projects color slides, but not movies.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these could be considered a project? A. Turning off a light. Or B. Painting your bedroom. If you said B, you are correct. A project is something you plan for. You don't need to plan to turn off a light.
Recommend. Recommend. Verb. Number 1. To make a statement of praise. I love The Secret Garden and I highly recommend it. Number 2. To give advice. To suggest. Dentists usually recommend that you have a checkup twice a year.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which would you recommend to a friend? A, a movie that bored you. Or B, a movie you enjoyed. If you said B, you're correct. Friends ask people to recommend things that they enjoy, not things that bore them.
Remark. Remark. Verb. To say. To make a comment. My grandmother remarked on how well I looked. Noun. Something said. A comment. When no one else could think of anything to say, I made a remark about how badly we needed rain. Remarkable. Say, remarkable. Remarkable. Adjective. Deserving of being noticed. Unusual. For such a young child, he had remarkable strength.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these would be remarkable? A, a long line at the bank. Or B, a parade of cows wearing jewelry. If you said B, you're right. Cows wearing jewelry would be quite unusual or remarkable.
Represent. Represent. Verb. Number 1. To stand for or in place of. 3 dots represent the letter S in the Morse code. Number 2. To act in place of. Each state in the U.S. elects 2 senators to represent it in Congress.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. A comma in a sentence represents A, a missing letter, or B, a pause. If you said B, you are correct. When you come to a comma in your reading, you pause briefly.
Sufficient. Sufficient. Adjective. Enough to fill a need. 10 lessons on the oboe were sufficient to earn me a place in the school band.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? 1 apple would be sufficient food for a person for 1 day. If you said no, you're correct. 1 apple would not be enough. People must eat many different foods each day to stay healthy.
Utter. Utter. Verb. To make sounds with the voice. To speak. Please don't utter another word.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. If you promise not to utter 1 word, you must remain A, friendly, or B, silent. If you said B, you are right. If you utter something, you are not silent. Affect. Affect. Verb. Number 1. To bring about a change in. Do you think changing schools will affect my grades? Number 2. To pretend to be or to have. The reporter affected an interest in buying a used car in order to get the salesperson to talk to her.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? If you affect an injury, you are not really hurt. If you said true, you are correct. Affecting an injury means that you are only pretending to be hurt.
Calculate. Calculate. Verb. Number 1. To find the answer by using arithmetic. I gave my sister the check so she could calculate her share of the bill. Number 2, to figure out by reasoning. You'd better calculate the risks carefully before going on a long trip with that old car.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these would you need to calculate? A, the answer to a math problem, or B, an essay? If you said A, you're right. You need to use arithmetic to solve math problems.
Climate. Climate. Noun. The average weather conditions of an area. Florida's warm climate is perfect for growing oranges.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? An area's climate is its total number of residents. If you said false, you're correct. An area's climate is its average weather conditions.
Column. Column. Noun. Number 1. A row of figures or words running down a printed page. Anything arranged like that. Do all the problems in the first column on page 30. Number 2. A tall, usually stone support that holds up something. 46 marble columns support the roof of the Parthenon in Athens. Number 3. A regular newspaper or magazine article, usually written by the same person. My mother writes a weekly sports column for the News Tribune.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? Newspapers and magazines are arranged in columns. If you said yes, you are right. Newspapers and magazines usually have 2 to 4 columns of text on each page.
Decay. Decay. Verb. To rot. Leaves left on the ground will decay over the winter. Noun. A breaking down or rotting. Dentists say tooth decay can be prevented by regular brushing and flossing.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more likely to decay? A, an apple in a tree, or B, an apple on the ground? If you said B, you are correct. An apple that has fallen to the ground will start to decay or rot.
Exceed. Exceed. Verb. Number 1. To be more than. The final score of Monday's game exceeded our best hopes. Number 2. To go beyond what is allowed. The officer who stopped me told me never to exceed the speed limit again. Excess. Excess. Noun. More than enough. An extra amount. Use what you need and save the excess. Excessive. Excessive. Adjective. Too much or too great. Last winter, my parents paid an excessive amount for heating oil.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? A car exceeding the speed limit is going too fast. If you said true, you're correct. When a car exceeds the speed limit, it is going faster than the allowed speed limit.
Forbid. Forbid. Verb. To order not to do something. A state law forbids smoking in hospitals. Forbidden. Forbidden. Adjective. Not allowed. Eating in class is forbidden.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. A museum where food is forbidden might have a sign that reads A, no food allowed, or B, bring your own food. If you said A, you are right. If food is forbidden in a museum, then it is not allowed.
Grove. Grove. Noun. A group of trees growing together with open space between them. The children walked hand in hand through the grove of lemon trees.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. An orange grove is A, a basket of oranges, or B, a group of orange trees. If you said B, you're correct. In a grove, a group of trees grow together with open space between them.
Limb. Limb. Noun. Number 1. An arm, leg, or wing. Bats use their webbed front and back limbs to fly. Number 2. A large tree branch. The owl was perched on the top limb of the tree.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these body parts is a limb? A, arm, or B, ear? If you said A, you're right. An animal limb is an arm, leg, or wing. An ear is not a limb.
Mammoth. Mammoth. Adjective. Very large. Huge. The Mammoth Seattle Sky Dome holds over 50,000 people.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Insects are mammoth compared to humans. If you said false, you are correct. Compared to humans, insects are tiny, the opposite of mammoth.
Mature. Mature. Verb. To become fully grown or developed. Rabbits mature in about 6 months and are then able to bear young. Adjective. Fully grown or developed. Adult. My brother looks very mature for only 11.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A newborn animal is mature. If you said no, you are correct. A mature animal is fully grown or developed. It can take years for newborn animals to mature.
Permit. Permit. Verb. To allow. Some towns permit overnight parking downtown. Permit. Permit. Noun. A written notice that allows a person to do something. You need a permit to go fishing in that lake.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? If you have a parking permit for a garage, you are not allowed to park there. If you said false, you're right. A parking permit would let you park in the garage.
Resist. Resist. Verb. Number 1. To refuse to give in to withstand. Some kinds of corn resist disease better than others. Number 2. To work or fight against. The armies of Genghis Khan were so powerful it was useless to resist them.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more likely to resist rain? A, an umbrella, or B, a newspaper? If you said A, you're correct. An umbrella is built to withstand rain. A newspaper would get soggy and fall apart.
Scorch. Scorch. Verb. To burn slightly. If you press a shirt with an iron that is too hot, you might scorch the cloth. Scorching. Scorching. Adjective. Very hot. On such a scorching July day, the only thing I wanted after work was a swim in the ocean.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which region is more likely to have scorching temperatures? A, the desert, or B, the Arctic? If you said A, you are right. The desert can be very hot. The Arctic is usually very cold.
Tower. Tower. Verb. To stand above or higher than what is around it. The Statue of Liberty towers above New York Harbor. Towering. Towering. Adjective. Very high. Tall. Looking up at the towering skyscrapers gave me a stiff neck.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? A mountain can tower above a lake. If you said true, you're correct. Mountains are very tall and tower above everything around them. Approach. Approach. Verb. To go closer to. The vet approached the wounded deer carefully. Noun. Number 1. A coming closer. My grandparents dread the approach of winter. Number 2. A road or way that leads to a place. The approach to the beach was blocked by a fallen tree.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? An approaching storm is one that has stopped moving. If you said false, you are right. If a storm is approaching, that means it is coming closer.
Burrow. Burrow. Verb. Number 1. To dig a hole or tunnel into or under something. Turtles burrow into soft sand to lay their eggs. Number 2. To dig deeply into. To search. The clerk burrowed through the pile of papers on his desk. Noun. A hole or tunnel dug by an animal as a home or for protection. A mole spends most of its time in its burrow.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which animal is most likely to burrow? A. A prairie dog making a home. Or B. A hawk looking for food. If you said A, you are correct. Prairie dogs live underground. They dig holes and tunnels to use as homes.
Cease. Cease. Verb. To stop, to come or bring to an end. After several hours of thunder and lightning, the storm finally ceased.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? When a concert ceases, it is about to begin. If you said no, you are correct. If a concert ceases, it has come to an end.
Destructive. Destructive. Adjective. Causing harm or damage. Cutworms are very destructive garden insects. Destruction. Destruction. Noun. Harm or damage. When Hurricane Katrina hit the Louisiana coast, it caused great destruction.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more likely to cause destruction? A. A flood. Or B. A high-pitched noise. If you said A, you are correct. Floods can damage people's homes or ruin them completely. A high-pitched noise might be annoying, but it probably wouldn't do much damage.
Drowsy. Drowsy. Adjective. Tired or sleepy. Lying in the sun always makes my cat Inky drowsy.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. A drowsy person is likely to A. Sneeze, or B. Yawn. If you said B, you are correct. Someone who is drowsy is tired or sleepy. They would probably yawn a lot.
Famished. Famished. Adjective. Very hungry. Sometimes I work through my lunch hour, so by supper time, I am famished.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? A famished animal is in need of food. If you said true, you're correct. When an animal is famished, it is very hungry and needs food to survive.
Forecast. Forecast. Verb. To figure out and say what will happen before it takes place. Our fishing guide forecast a good catch. Noun. A telling of what will happen. As soon as Carlos gets up, he turns on the weather forecast.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is a weather forecast? A. It was sunny yesterday. Or B. It will be sunny tomorrow. If you said B, you're correct. A forecast tells what will happen, not what has already happened.
Hibernate. Hibernate. Verb. To spend the winter in a resting state. Bears hibernate because they can't find enough food in the winter.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? Bears begin to hibernate in the spring. If you said no, you are correct. Bears hibernate during the winter and wake up in the spring.
Migrate. Migrate. Verb. To move from one country or region to another. Many Latin Americans have migrated to this country in search of work. Migration. Migration. Noun. The act of migrating. My friend Sandhya is studying Indian migration to the United States. Migratory. Migratory. Adjective. Moving from one place or country to another, usually regularly. Canada geese are migratory birds.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which describes a migration? A. A bird flies south for the winter. Or B. A bird spends the winter resting. If you said A, you're right. A migration is a movement from place to place. Some birds migrate south every winter to live in warmer climates.
Nestle. Nestle. Verb. Number 1. To settle down comfortably, as if in a nest. The children were nestled all snug in their beds is a famous line from 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Number 2. To lie in a sheltered, partly hidden place. The little Swiss town nestled at the foot of the Alps.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Into which of these are you more likely to nestle? A. A bed. Or B. A cave. If you said A, you're correct. A bed would be more comfortable to settle into than a cave.
Observe. Observe. Verb. Number 1. To see. To notice. I looked up at the sky and observed a hawk circling slowly far above us. Number 2. To comment. To remark. Sleepily, I observed that it was time we left. Number 3. To mark an event or day. We observed Martin Luther King Day by closing the store. Number 4. To obey. I try to observe the speed limit when I drive.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. You use your eyes to observe movement. If you said yes, you are right. To observe means to see or to notice.
Prepare. Prepare. Verb. To make or get ready. The Scouts prepared for their camping trip by getting lots of freeze-dried food. Preparation. Preparation. Noun. Something done to get ready. Antonio and Ruth did most of the preparation for the cookout the night before.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? A prepared meal is ready to be eaten. If you said true, you are correct. If a meal has been prepared, it has already been made and is ready to eat.
Reduce. Reduce. Verb. To make or become smaller or less. This winter, Vermont reduced the amount of salt it put on its roads. Reduction. Reduction. Noun. The act of reducing or the amount by which something is reduced. The store sold out of swimsuits after its huge price reduction.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? When you reduce the heat in a room, you make the room hotter. If you said false, you're correct. To reduce something is to make it smaller or less. Reducing the heat would make the room colder.
Severe. Severe. Adjective. Number 1. Very strict or harsh. That's a very severe punishment for turning a paper in late. Number 2. Hard to bear or deal with. A severe frost caused a lot of damage to Central Florida's orange crop.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is a severe punishment for spilling juice on a rug? A. Having to clean up the spill. Or B. No television for 1 month. If you said B, you're correct. No television for a month seems like a harsh or severe punishment for spilling juice.
Venture. Venture. Verb. To dare to do, to go, or to say. Maria ventured onto the dance floor even though she didn't know how to dance. Noun. Something that involves the risk of a loss. Grandpa's most successful venture was a carpet cleaning service.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A business venture will definitely make money. If you said no, you are correct. Ventures involve the risk of a loss. A business venture could make money, but it could also lose money. Active. Active. Adjective. Number 1. Taking part, working. Luis has been an active member of the chess club for 2 years. Number 2, lively, quick, busy. Even though she is over 90, Dr. O'Brien still has a very active mind. Number 3, moving a lot, moving quickly. Since I've been more physically active, I can run around the track more easily.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Tennis is an active sport. If you said true, you're correct. You have to move around a lot to play tennis.
Astound. Astound. Verb. To surprise, to amaze. The United States astounded the world in 1969 by landing people on the moon. Astounding. Astounding. Adjective. Very surprising. The report of flying saucers landing on the White House lawn would be astounding if it were true.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is more astounding? A dog that can speak, or B, a child who learns to walk? If you said A, you're correct. It would be very surprising to hear a dog talk.
Attend. Attend. Verb. Number 1. To go to or be present at. If you are planning to attend the lunchroom committee meeting, please let Mr. Min know. Number 2. To pay attention to. The judge asked the jury to attend carefully to what she was going to say.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A student attending class should be marked absent. If you said no, you are right. A student who attends class should be marked present.
Cherish. Cherish. Verb. Number 1. To cling to an idea or feeling. Ramona cherished the hope that her father would return soon. Number 2. To take good care of, to love. I cherish the gold watch my grandfather gave me.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. You would treat someone you cherish, A, kindly, or B, poorly. If you said B, you're correct. If you love or cherish someone, you would want to treat them kindly.
Contract. Contract. Verb. Number 1. To make an agreement that has the force of law. We contracted with carpenters to repair the stairs. Number 2. To get, to come to have. When I contracted chickenpox, Dr. Roby told me I had to stay away from other people. Number 3. To make or become smaller. By 1828, Cherokee lands had contracted to 1/10 the size they had been 100 years earlier. Contract. Contract. Noun. An agreement that has the force of law. Tom has just signed a contract with a publisher for his first book on the copper miners.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? You should see a doctor if you contract an illness. If you said yes, you are correct. A doctor can help treat or cure an illness if you come down with one.
Eager. Eager. Adjective. Wanting very much. We were eager to take part in the science project. Eagerly. Eagerly. Adverb. With a great deal of enthusiasm wanting. We eagerly awaited the arrival of our cousins, whom we hadn't seen in several months.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. A person eager for the show to start is probably A, getting impatient, or B, ready to leave. If you said A, you are right. An eager person is very excited for the show and wants it to start right away.
Expose. Expose. Verb. Number 1. To make known. In her weekly newspaper column, Molly Ivins exposed the plan to cut health benefits. Number 2. To open to view. Cleaning the painting exposed the original colors. Number 3. To leave unprotected. Since I had no place to keep my bike, I had to leave it outside, exposed to the weather.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? An ice cream bar exposed to the sun will start to melt. If you said true, you're correct. An ice cream bar would melt if it was left unprotected in the sun.
Grace. Grace. Noun. Number 1. Beauty of form or movement. Margot Fontaine danced with such grace that she was hailed as one of the world's greatest ballerinas. Number 2. A short prayer said before a meal. They always say grace in her family. Number 3. An extra period to do or pay something. The painters had 3 days' grace to finish the house. Graceful. Graceful. Adjective. Having beauty of movement. With a graceful leap, the cat landed on my lap.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A clumsy person is likely to be called graceful. If you said no, you are correct. People who are clumsy do not move beautifully. They would not be called graceful.
Impose. Impose. Verb. Number 1. To force someone to accept or put up with. The new coach imposed strict rules about arriving late or leaving practice early. Number 2. To take unfair advantage of. I try not to impose on my mother's good nature.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Fran imposed on Jerome by A, eating Jerome's food without asking, or B, giving Jerome helpful advice. If you said A, you're right. Fran took unfair advantage of Jerome by eating his food without asking.
Modest. Modest. Adjective. Number 1. Not thinking too highly of oneself. Nadia was too modest to accept all the credit for her part in producing the play. Number 2. Simple, not fancy or extreme. The Wallmans lived in the same modest apartment all their lives. Modesty. Modesty. Noun. The quality of being modest. My sense of modesty keeps me from taking too much credit for the project's success.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is most likely to be found in a modest home? A, a ballroom, or B, a small fireplace? If you said B, you are correct. A modest home wouldn't have fancy things like a ballroom.
Parallel. Parallel. Adjective. Lying in the same direction and always the same distance apart. The two edges of a ruler are parallel.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Parallel lines will never cross each other. If you said true, you are correct. Parallel lines are always the same distance apart. They will never cross.
Paralyze. Paralyze. Verb. Number 1. To stop all movement or feeling in. As the huge wave approached, fear paralyzed people walking at the water's edge, and they stood there motionless. Number 2. To make helpless or powerless. The snowstorm paralyzed Washington, D.C. for 5 days. Paralysis. Paralysis. Noun. Condition of being paralyzed. President Franklin D. Roosevelt used a wheelchair because of the paralysis of his legs.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. If you became paralyzed, you would be unable to A, move, or B, see. If you said A, you are correct. Paralysis would stop you from moving, not seeing.
Pessimist. Pessimist. Noun. A person who expects things to turn out badly. A pessimist carries an umbrella even though the forecast is for fine weather. Pessimistic. Pessimistic. Adjective. Not having hope, joy, or confidence. Gloomy. After losing her librarian's job, Miss Merkelson was pessimistic about finding another library position in the same town.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. A pessimist is likely to be in a bad mood. If you said yes, you are right. Pessimists expect things to turn out badly. They would probably be in a bad mood.
Recite. Recite. Verb. To say aloud before an audience, usually from memory. Rosie recited her favorite Emily Dickinson poem to the class. Recital. Recital. Noun. A program of music or dance. I felt very nervous before my ballet recital.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? When you recite a poem, you think it over in your head. If you said false, you are correct. When you recite something, you say it aloud to an audience, not keep it to yourself.
Respond. Respond. Verb. To answer. When you want to respond to a question, please raise your hand. Response. Response. Noun. Something said or done in reply. Henry took a few moments to think before giving his response to Mr. Bartlett's question.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? If someone asks you a question, the answer you give is your response. If you said true, you're correct. When you answer a question, you give a response.
Abrupt. Abrupt. Adjective. Happening suddenly, without warning. When the bus made an abrupt stop, several people were thrown off balance.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more of an abrupt change? A, a snowstorm after a heat wave, or B, a slow rise in temperature over a month. If you said A, you are correct. Snowfall right after a heat wave would be a very sudden change.
Achieve. Achieve. Verb. To do what one sets out to do. Even though she was blind and deaf, Helen Keller achieved her goal of graduating from college. Achievement. Achievement. Noun. Something done that takes skill or effort. Landing astronauts on the moon was a great achievement.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Winning a marathon is an achievement. If you said true, you're right. It takes a lot of skill and effort to win a marathon.
Attempt. Attempt. Verb. To try, to make an effort. When I attempted to leave class early, the teacher asked me to wait until the period was over. Noun. A try. The athlete cleared the bar in the high jump on her third attempt.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? When you attempt to solve a puzzle, you will definitely solve it. If you said no, you are correct. When you attempt to solve a puzzle, you are only trying to solve it. You may not actually succeed.
Contempt. Contempt. Noun. A feeling that someone or something is bad or unworthy. Their classmates felt nothing but contempt for those who refused to help the new student.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. You are more likely to feel contempt for A, a friend, or B, an enemy. If you said B, you're correct. People dislike their enemies and usually feel contempt for them.
Entertain. Entertain. Verb. Number 1. To interest and amuse. My little brother, Ramon, entertained himself for hours with his new paints. Number 2. To have guests. We entertained some old friends on Thanksgiving weekend. Number 3. To have in mind. Lynn is entertaining the idea of going to soccer camp next summer.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. An audience that feels entertained is most likely to A, smile, or B, yawn. If you said A, you are right. An entertained audience is amused by something. People are likely to smile if they are amused.
Glimpse. Glimpse. Verb. To get a quick look at. I glimpsed a black bear near our campground. Noun. A quick or hasty look. I was thrilled to get a glimpse of Pavarotti leaving the opera house.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? If you glimpsed a statue, you would remember every detail about it. If you said false, you are correct. It would take more than a quick look to remember every detail about a statue.
Mock. Mock. Verb. To make fun of. Cinderella's stepsisters mocked her for thinking she could go to the ball. Adjective. Not real. Pretended. Mock turtle soup is really made of veal broth, not turtle meat.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? People in a mock wedding are getting married. If you said no, you are correct. A mock wedding is a pretend wedding.
Persist. Persist. Verb. Number 1. To keep on doing or trying. In spite of many falls on the ice, I persisted and finally did a figure 8. Number 2. To go on and on. If this rain persists, we'll have to cut our vacation short. Persistence. Persistence. Noun. Sticking to something, not giving up. Emil's persistence was rewarded when the 10th law school he applied to accepted him. Persistent. Persistent. Adjective. Refusing to give up. The persistent reporter kept asking questions until she had found out all there was to know about the case.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. A persistent cold is likely to A. Go away quickly, or B. Bother someone for a long time. If you said B, you are right. A persistent cold would go on and on.
Persuade. Persuade. A verb. To win someone over by arguing or asking. Frank finally persuaded me to read The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Persuasive. Persuasive. Adjective. Having the power to persuade. Mary was so persuasive that we agreed to help her paint her room.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. A persuasive essay is likely to change someone's mind. If you said yes, you're correct. If an essay is persuasive, its arguments are strong enough to win someone over.
Phase. Phase. Noun. A stage in a series of changes. The full moon is one of the phases of the moon.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which describes a phase in a butterfly's life? A. A caterpillar grows into a butterfly. Or B. A butterfly looks for food on a tree branch. If you said A, you are correct. A caterpillar changing into a butterfly is one stage in a butterfly's life.
Quaint. Quaint. Adjective. Odd or unusual in a pleasing or old-fashioned way. Wooden shoes seem quaint to Americans, but not to the people of Holland.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more likely to be called quaint? A. A modern skyscraper, or B. A country cottage. If you said B, you're right. Country cottages might be called quaint because they have become so old-fashioned.
Recall. Recall. Verb. Number 1. To remember. Do you recall what time we left for the soccer game? Number 2. To call or take back. The manufacturer recalled the cars because of a problem in the steering.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? If you recall how to get somewhere, you are able to give people directions. If you said true, you are correct. When you recall how to get somewhere, you are able to remember the directions there.
Reject. Reject. Verb. To refuse to accept or use. The school board rejected the plan for the new gym because its cost was excessive. Reject. Reject. Noun. Something that falls short of what is acceptable. Peter buys factory rejects at the pottery store for much less than the price of perfect pieces.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is a jewel collector likely to reject? A, a diamond, or B, a plastic pearl? If you said B, you are right. A plastic pearl is not a real jewel. A jewel collector probably wouldn't accept it.
Revise. Revise. Verb. Number 1. To go over carefully in order to correct or improve. I don't like to revise my stories, but I have to admit they get better when I do. Number 2. To change in order to bring up to date. The publishers of that dictionary revise it every 8 or 10 years.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which might need to be revised? A, a 10-year-old textbook, or B, a brand new dictionary? If you said A, you're correct. A 10-year-old textbook probably needs to be brought up to date or revised. A brand new dictionary does not need to be revised yet.
Sensitive. Sensitive. Adjective. Number 1. Quick to notice or feel. My doctor is very sensitive to my feelings. Number 2. Easily affected by even slight change. Film used in cameras is very sensitive to light.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? An alarm sensitive to motion would probably go off if you walked by it. If you said yes, you're correct. A motion-sensitive alarm would probably notice even the smallest movements. Applaud. Applaud. Verb. To show approval, especially by clapping hands. The audience applauded until the actors came back on stage to take another bow. Applause. Applause. Noun. The showing of approval or enjoyment by cheering or clapping. The theater lights came on after the applause had died down.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. How might audience members applaud a musician? A, by clapping their hands. Or B, by booing loudly. If you said A, you're correct. Clapping hands is a popular way to show approval.
Crafty. Crafty. Adjective. Skilled at tricking others. Templeton, the crafty and mean-spirited rat in Charlotte's Web, adds humor to the book.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. A crafty person is most likely to A, play a prank on someone. B, stop others from playing pranks. If you said A, you are right. Someone who is crafty is skilled at tricking other people.
Disclose. Disclose. Verb. To make known. The judge told the reporter she must disclose the names of those who attended the meeting.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? To disclose a document means to throw it away. If you said false, you're right. When you disclose a document, you let others know about it.
Drab. Drab. Adjective. Dull and without color, not cheerful or colorful. A sparrow is a drab little bird compared to a male cardinal.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? If the weather is drab, the sun will probably be shining. If you said no, you're correct. Drab weather would be gray and gloomy. The bright sun would be hidden by gray clouds.
Entire. Entire. Adjective. Having nothing left out. Whole. Complete. I recited the entire Robert Frost poem from memory.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. An entire deck of cards is made up of A. All the cards in the deck, or B. Half the cards in the deck. If you said A, you are correct. In an entire deck of cards, not a single card is missing.
Exclaim. Exclaim. Verb. To speak suddenly and with strong feeling. Today was the worst day of my life, she exclaimed. Exclamation. Exclamation. Noun. A sharp cry of strong feeling. Grandpa's exclamation of pain sent me rushing to his side.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is an exclamation? A. I don't know. Or B. Oh no. If you said B, you're correct. An exclamation is said with strong feeling.
Exquisite. Exquisite. Adjective. Finely done or made. Very beautiful. The exquisite wood carvings on the museum door came from the island of Bali.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more exquisite? A. A roll of paper towels, or B. An ice sculpture. If you said B, you are right. Ice sculptures are very beautiful and finely made.
Intend. Intend. Verb. To plan, to have in mind. I intend to give a piano recital on Monday. Intention. Intention. Noun. An aim, plan, or purpose. It was Thea's intention to open a bookstore, but she decided to go to engineering school instead.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Someone walking onto a diving board probably intends to jump off it. If you said true, you're correct. If someone walks onto a diving board, that person is probably planning to jump off.
Jeer. Jeer. Verb. To speak or cry out in scorn. To mock. My brother told me to ignore them if the older boys jeered when I sang. Noun. Something said that is meant to hurt or insult. An umpire soon learns to ignore the jeers of the crowd.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A fan booing an athlete is an example of a jeer. If you said yes, you are right. A boo is meant to hurt or insult.
Peer. Peer. Verb. To look closely, to stare, especially at something that is hard to see or to understand. Ahmed peered at the sign, trying to read what it said.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? When you peer at a picture, you touch it to help you understand it better. If you said false, you're correct. When you peer at a picture, you look at it, not touch it.
Progress. Progress. Noun. Number 1. Moving toward a goal. The stormy sea slowed the small boat's progress. Number 2. An improvement. I'm finally making some progress mastering the new computer program. Progress. Progress. Verb. Number 1. To move forward. Work on the new bridge progressed at a faster pace when the weather improved. Number 2. To advance to a higher stage. To improve. Manuel progressed so fast on the tuba that he got into the school band.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. The workers made progress building the store by A. Putting in the store's windows, or B. Running out of building materials. If you said A, you are right. Putting in the store's windows would be an improvement.
Refine. Refine. Verb. To make pure by removing all unwanted matter. We take oil from deep inside the earth and refine it into gasoline. Refined. Refined. Adjective. Number 1. In a pure state. When flour is refined, a lot of the wheat germ is lost. Number 2. Having good manners and good taste. He was a noisy and rude boy, but as a young man, he is gentle and refined.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Water from a puddle is refined. If you said false, you are correct. Puddle water is not pure. Most puddles are filled with mud, rocks, and other dirty materials.
Scoundrel. Scoundrel. Noun. A mean or wicked person. Thank heavens the police caught the scoundrel who stole my wallet.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is a scoundrel more likely to do? A. Shove someone for no reason. Or B. Rescue a cat from a tree. If you said A, you're correct. Shoving people for no reason is just the type of mean thing a scoundrel would do.
Uneasy. Uneasy. Adjective. Not comfortable, worried or nervous. I felt uneasy walking down the dark street until I observed a police officer on the corner.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more likely to make someone feel uneasy? A. Hanging out with friends. Or B. Walking on a tightrope. If you said B, you are correct. Most people would be very nervous walking on a tightrope. They would probably worry about falling off.
Vain. Vain. Adjective. Number 1. Having too high an opinion of one's looks or achievements. Charlie is so vain, he has a full-length mirror in every room. Number 2. Without success. The firefighters made a vain attempt to keep the fire from spreading. In vain. In vain. Adverb. Without success or result. Useless. All my hand-waving was in vain. The teacher never called on me.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A vain model doesn't care about his or her appearance. If you said no, you're right. A vain model probably thinks too highly of his or her appearance. Alter. Alter. Verb. To change in some way, to make or become different. Let's alter our uniforms so they will fit better. Alteration. Say alteration. Alteration. Please don't make any alterations in my newspaper column.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? You can alter your hair by getting a haircut. If you said true, you are correct. When you get a haircut, you make a change to your hair. You alter it.
Confuse. Confuse. Verb. Number 1. To make or become unclear or mixed up in the mind. That math problem totally confused me. Number 2. To mistake one person or thing for another. I always confuse Sally with her twin sister, Samantha. Confusing. Confusing. Adjective. Hard to follow or understand. Unclear. The play was confusing at first, but I began to understand it in the second act. Confusion. Confusion. Noun. A state of disorder. After the playoff game, the dressing room was total confusion.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more likely to cause confusion? A giant parade, or B, a quiet dinner? If you said A, you're correct. There could be a lot of disorder at a parade.
Distribute. Distribute. Verb. Number 1. To give out, to divide among several or many. Ahmed distributed programs before the concert. Number 2. To be spread over. Small parks are distributed throughout London.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Janet distributed copies of her new book by A, hiding them from people, or B, handing them out to people. If you said B, you're correct. When you distribute items, you hand them out.
Eject. Eject. Verb. To force or throw out. When the 7th graders refused to listen, the coach ejected them from the team meeting.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A fan ejected from a ballpark is forced to leave immediately. If you said yes, you are right. When a fan is ejected from a ballpark, he or she is thrown out and must leave right away.
Embrace. Embrace. Verb. Number 1. To hold closely in one's arms. To hug. My parents embraced me when I got off the plane. Number 2. To take up seriously. We embraced the idea of smaller classes, but lacked the teachers to carry it out. Noun. A hug. At the end of the movie, the hero and the heroine were locked in an embrace.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? When you embrace a friend, you give that friend a kiss. If you said false, you're correct. When you embrace someone, you give that person a hug, not a kiss.
Equip. Equip. Verb. To provide with what is needed. All new cars now come equipped with airbags. Equipment. Equipment. Noun. Things that are needed for some activity. Sarah bought all her camping equipment at yard sales.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is ski equipment? A. Skiing poles, or B. Snowy weather? If you said A, you are correct. Poles are something you would need to ski. Weather is not equipment.
Flexible. Flexible. Adjective. Number 1. Able to bend easily. Dancers and gymnasts have very flexible bodies. Number 2. Able to adjust to new or different situations. Antonio is so flexible, he can get along with anyone.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. If you have a flexible schedule, you A. can change plans easily, or B. must stick to the plans you made. If you said A, you're correct. A flexible schedule can be adjusted. Plans can get moved around if necessary.
Instant. Instant. Noun. A moment, a very short period of time. It took Luis only an instant to calculate the amount of paint we would need. Adjective. Happening or done at once. Quick. He gave an instant yes to her offer.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Something done in an instant will take years to complete. If you said false, you're right. An instant lasts only a short amount of time.
Keen. Keen. Adjective. Number 1. Having a sharp edge. The keen blade of the knife sliced through the thick rope with ease. Number 2. Showing a strong interest. Eager. Marta signed up for lessons because she was keen to learn to play the guitar. Number 3. Having sharp senses. Quick to understand. With her keen mind, she was able to master physics with ease.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no, a person with a keen mind picks up games easily. If you said yes, you're right. Keen means quick to understand. It wouldn't take long for someone with a keen mind to learn new games.
Limp. Limp. Verb. To walk lamely or in an uneven way. I limped for 2 weeks after I fell on the ice. Noun. An uneven or lopsided walk. She walked very fast in spite of her limp. Adjective. Not stiff or firm. His handshake was as limp as a wet rag.
Now let's review word meaning. Which is more likely to cause you to limp? A. A bruise on your arm, or B. A bruise on your leg? If you said B, you're correct. A bruise on your leg might make you walk unevenly or limp.
Scurry. Scurry. Verb. To move quickly with rapid little steps. The chipmunk scurried up the tree as we approached.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which animal is more likely to scurry? A. A mouse, or B. An elephant? If you said A, you're correct. Mice are small and move with quick little steps.
Seize. Seize. Verb. Number 1. To grasp suddenly, to grab hold of. He seized my hand and begged me not to go. Number 2. To take by force of the law. The government can seize many of the things you own if you do not pay your taxes.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? When you seize a pet, you pat it gently. If you said false, you're correct. When you seize something, you grab it suddenly.
Shallow. Shallow. Adjective. Number 1. Not deep. We went wading in a shallow stream. Number 2. With little seriousness or deep thought. He tried to sound intelligent, but his arguments were really quite shallow.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more likely to be called shallow? A, a puddle, or B, an ocean? If you said A, you're correct. Puddles do not contain much water, but oceans are hundreds of feet deep in some areas.
Surround. Surround. Verb. To enclose on all sides. The prison was surrounded by a high fence. Surroundings. Surroundings. Noun. Plural. The things or conditions around a person or place. The hotel's peaceful surroundings made it a perfect place to relax.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A fence that surrounds a garden runs all the way around the garden. If you said yes, you're right. When something is surrounded, it is closed in on all sides.
Victim. Victim. Noun. One who is hurt, killed, or suffers. The scoundrel tried to deny that he had cheated his victims of their life savings.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? A victim of theft is someone who steals. If you said false, you are correct. A victim of theft has had something stolen from them. Ancient. Ancient. Verb. Adjective. Very old, of a long time ago. The ancient city of Carthage was destroyed by the Romans in 146 BC.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more ancient? A, the Statue of Liberty, or B, the Pyramids of Egypt? If you said B, you are right. The Pyramids of Egypt are much older than the Statue of Liberty. They were built thousands of years ago.
Century. Century. Noun. A period of 100 years. The 21st century began on January 1st, 2001.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Centuries can last between 50 and 100 years. If you said false, you're correct. A century lasts exactly 100 years.
Chamber. Chamber. Noun. A room. Chamber music is meant to be played in a room rather than a much larger concert hall. Chambers. Chambers. Noun. Plural. An office or group of offices. Lawyers for both sides met in the judge's chambers.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more likely to have chambers? A, a skyscraper, or B, a state park? If you said A, you are correct. Chambers are offices or groups of offices. Skyscrapers hold several offices on each floor.
Descend. Descend. Verb. To go or come down. The plane slowly descended to 2,000 feet. Descendant. Descendant. Noun. One who has certain persons as one's parents, grandparents, etc. The writer Alex Haley was a descendant of Kunta Kinte, who was brought to America as a slave from West Africa in 1767.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no, a descending elevator is heading toward the basement. If you said yes, you are right. Something that descends is going down.
Entry. Entry. Noun. Number 1. A way in. The thieves gained entry through an unlocked window. Number 2. Each separate item in a diary or list. The next entry in her diary simply said, "My brother returned home today after a long absence."
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? A front door is one entry into a house. If you said true, you are right. An entry is a way in. You can enter a house through a front door.
Interior. Interior. Noun. The inside part of something. The sun's interior is about 150,000 times hotter than boiling water. Adjective. Having to do with the inside part. Interior doors do not have to be as strongly made as front or back doors.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is found in the body's interior? A, the skin, or B, the lungs? If you said B, you're correct. The lungs are inside the body.
Intrude. Intrude. Verb. To come or go in without permission or welcome. I didn't mean to intrude on you while you were working. Intrusion. Intrusion. Noun. The act of intruding. "Forgive my intrusion," she said as she came in without knocking. Intruder. Intruder. Noun. One who intrudes. People were so unfriendly that I felt like an intruder at Jeff's party.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? An intruder is an invited guest into a home. If you said no, you are correct. An intruder is someone who has entered uninvited, without permission.
Locate. Locate. Verb. Number 1. To find. Marta located the missing books in less than an hour. Number 2. To put or to be found in a place. We're going to locate our office across the street from the school. Location. Location. Noun. The place where something can be found. Will you please give me the location of the nearest post office?
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? To locate keys means to lose them. If you said false, you are right. When you locate something, you find it.
Passage. Passage. Noun. Number 1. A part of a written work or piece of music. The final passage of the Mozart Mass brought tears to the audience's eyes. Number 2. The act or process of passing, as through time or from place to place. His deeply lined face clearly showed the passage of time. Number 3. A way through which to pass. Leon's room was at the end of a long, dimly lit passage.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is a passage? A chapter in a book. Or B, a set of books. If you said A, you are right. A passage is a part of a written work, not an entire book or set of books.
Portion. Portion. Noun. Number 1. A part or share of the whole. I got the first portion of my allowance last week. Number 2. A serving or helping, as of food. My diet recommends a 4-ounce portion of fish or chicken once a day.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. A slice of pie is an example of a portion. If you said yes, you are correct. A slice of pie is a serving or portion of pie.
Precious. Precious. Adjective. Number 1. Very valuable. The necklace was made of diamonds, emeralds, and other precious stones. Number 2. Much loved. She tried in vain to save her precious books from the fire.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more precious? A brick of gold, or B, a grain of salt. If you said A, you are correct. Gold is very valuable. Salt is too common to be valuable.
Quarry. Quarry. Noun. Number 1. A deep pit where stone is cut out of the ground. The marble for these tiles came from a quarry in Vermont. Number 2. An animal that is being hunted. The hunters gave up the chase when they lost sight of their quarry.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? A quarry is where dirt is dug out of the ground. If you said false, you are correct. In a quarry, stone is dug out of the ground, not dirt.
Ramp. Ramp. Noun. A slanted walk or roadway that connects a lower to a higher place. The law says that there has to be a ramp for those who cannot use the steps.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which describes the slope of a ramp? A, slanted, or B, straight. If you said A, you are right. A ramp is a slanted road or walkway that connects a lower place to a higher place.
Spacious. Spacious. Adjective. Having lots of room. The spacious kitchen had room for a large round table that seated 8.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which is more spacious? A banquet hall, or B, a hallway closet. If you said A, you are correct. Banquet halls have room to hold many people.
Surface. Surface. Noun. Number 1. The outside layer. The top. The surface of the moon is covered with craters. Number 2. An outward look or appearance. He seemed cheerful on the surface, but I knew how miserable he must have felt to be so cold and wet. Verb. To rise to the top of a body of water. The latest submarines can stay underwater for weeks before they need to surface.
Now, Let's review word meaning. True or false? Oceans are found on the surface of the earth. If you said true, you're right. Oceans are on the outer layer of earth.
Advantage. Advantage. Noun. Something that is helpful or useful. It is an advantage to be able to speak French when visiting Paris. Take advantage of. Take advantage of. Verb. To make use of. To benefit oneself by treating others unfairly. Martina took advantage of her position as camp leader by giving all the best jobs to her friends.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? If you are trying to learn how to use inline skates, it's an advantage if you already know how to ice skate. If you said true, you are correct. Inline skating is a lot like ice skating, so it would be helpful to know how to ice skate.
Astonish. Astonish. Verb. To surprise or amaze. It astonished me to discover that my new friend and I were born on the same day in the same town. Astonishment. Astonishment. Noun. Great surprise or amazement. The children watched in astonishment as the magician pulled a rabbit out of a hat.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is more likely to astonish? A. Seeing the ocean for the first time, or B. Going to the grocery store. If you said A, you are correct. The ocean is an amazing sight. The grocery store is rather ordinary.
Confirm. Confirm. Verb. Number 1. To show or prove to be true. Before giving me a library card, the librarian asked me to confirm my street address by showing a copy of my phone bill. Number 2. To approve or give one's agreement to. The members of Congress vote to confirm the appointment of Supreme Court judges.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Your passport is a document that confirms your nationality. If you said true, you are correct. Your passport shows or proves your nationality.
Distant. Distant. Adjective. Number 1. Very far away in time. Space travel in the very distant future may involve journeys to the stars. Number 2. Very far away, not near or close by. Marco Polo's travels took him to many distant lands. Distance. Distance. Noun. The length of the space between two places. The distance between Denine's home and her school was exactly 1 mile.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is a measure of distance? A. 10 minutes or B. 10 miles? If you said B, you're right. 10 miles is a length of space. 10 minutes is a length of time.
Founder. Founder. Noun. A person who sets up something that lasts. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson are 2 of the founders of our nation. Verb. To sink below the surface of the water. The ship struck a rock and foundered before a rescue team could reach it.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A boulder would founder if thrown into a lake. If you said yes, you're correct. Rocks do not float. A boulder would sink below the surface of the water if thrown in.
Hamlet. Hamlet. Noun. A small village. A single street ran through the hamlet, which had one church, a general store, and about 100 houses.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Paris, France would be considered a hamlet. If you said false, you are right. Paris is a large city, not a small village.
Host. Host. Noun. Number 1. A large number. Graceland is visited by hosts of people from all over the world who come to see the house where Elvis Presley lived. Number 2. One who greets and entertains guests and takes care of their needs at a party or restaurant. The guests said goodbye to their host and thanked him for a lovely New Year's Eve party.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. At a housewarming party, who would be considered a host? A, the home's owner, or B, someone attending the party? If you said A, you were right. The owner of the house would greet and entertain guests at a housewarming.
Misgiving. Misgiving. Noun. A feeling of doubt, uncertainty, or concern about what may happen in the future. If Ellen had any misgivings about joining the group, she gave no sign of it.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A sense of misgiving makes you feel calm and reassured. If you said no, you're correct. If you have misgivings, you feel uncomfortable or uncertain.
Parch. Parch, verb. To make or become very dry. The sun parched the fields and made the grass turn brown. Parched. Parched. Adjective. Lacking water. Thirsty. We didn't take enough water with us, and we were parched before we came to the end of our walk.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? A field of wheat would be parched after a week of steady rain. If you said false, you're right. After a week of rain, a field of wheat would not be lacking water.
Prospect. Prospect. Noun. Something that is waited for, expected, or hoped for. All the hotels were full, and there seemed little prospect of our finding a place to spend the night. Verb. To look in the ground for valuable metals like gold and silver. The 4 men camped alongside the river told us they were prospecting for gold. Prospector. Prospector. Noun. A person who explores an area to look for valuable metals. The prospector let out a whoop of joy when he saw some shiny yellow objects lying on the riverbank.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these historical events involved prospecting? A, the California Gold Rush, or B, World War II? If you said A, you're correct. Many people moved west to look for a valuable metal, gold, in 1849.
Scarce. Scarce, adjective. In short supply, not plentiful. When gasoline is scarce, the price goes up. Scarcity. Scarcity, noun. A shortage. Due to the scarcity of candles in the store when the hurricane struck, customers were allowed only 2 each.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. Sand is scarce in the desert. If you said no, you are right. Sand is plentiful in the desert. It is not in short supply.
Shrewd. Shrewd. Adjective. Clever. Good at understanding what is needed and acting on it. A shrewd lawyer prepares her client to answer questions she knows the client will be asked in court.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. A shrewd person is smart and good at making decisions. If you said yes, you are right. Shrewd people understand what is needed and take action.
Soul. Soul. Adjective. Being the only one of its kind. Belonging to only one person or group. After her husband died, Mrs. Mazur became the sole owner of the toy store. Noun. Number 1. The bottom surface of the foot or of a shoe or boot. Shoes with leather soles usually cost more than those made of plastic. Number 2. A flat fish that is caught and eaten for food. Grilled sole is a popular item on the seafood restaurant's menu.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these have soles on the bottom? A. Swimming pools, or B. Shoes? If you said B, you are correct. The bottom of a shoe or boot is known as the sole.
Torment. Torment. Noun. Great pain or suffering. I cannot imagine the torment suffered by a wild animal caught in a steel trap. Torment. Torment. Verb. To cause pain or suffering. The thought that she might have been the cause of the accident tormented the driver of the car.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is more likely to torment someone? A. Listening to the radio, or B. Having nightmares every night? If you said B, you are right. Having nightmares every night is not pleasant and would probably cause suffering.
Typical. Typical. Adjective. Being like others of its kind. A typical home in this area has 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, and 1 bathroom.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Very cold weather is typical of the winter months in Alaska. If you said true, you're correct. Most winter days in Alaska are alike. Very cold. Ail. Ail, verb. To cause sickness, pain, or trouble. What ails you? The doctor asked. Ailment. Ailment. Noun. An illness, a disease. Measles is a common childhood ailment. Ailing. Ailing. Adjective. In poor health. I have been ailing all winter.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is considered an ailment? A. The flu, or B. A dog? If you said A, you are correct. The flu is an illness.
Banish. Banish. Verb. Number 1. To force someone out of the country. When the Tsars ruled Russia, lawbreakers were banished to Siberia. Number 2. To get rid of completely. Joe was such a cheerful person, he banished gloom wherever he went.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. When something is banished, it is present in large quantities. If you said no, you're correct. When something is banished, it is gotten rid of completely. There is nothing left.
Communicate. Communicate. Verb. To make known, to give or exchange information. Since I hate to write letters, we communicate mostly by telephone. Communication. Communication. Noun. The exchange of information between people. The misunderstanding was caused by a lack of communication between us. Communicative. Communicative. Adjective. Willing to speak. Eager to talk. When I asked her where she had been, she was not very communicative, replying only, out.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Communicative people hate to talk. If you said false, you're right. Communicative people love to talk. They are willing and eager to speak.
Console. Console. Verb. To make less sad. To comfort. My parents tried to console me when my best friend moved away. Consolation. Consolation. Noun. Comfort. I knew I could always turn to my aunt for consolation whenever I was upset.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Who is more in need of consolation? A. Someone who had a bad day. Or B. Someone who had a good day. If you said A, you are right. When someone has a bad day, they may need comfort.
Cower. Cower. Verb. To shrink from, as if from fear. When I saw the poor dog cower, I knew its master was cruel.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. Seeing something that makes you feel afraid may cause you to cower. If you said yes, you're correct. When you cower, you shrink from something. Feeling afraid often makes people do that.
Deliberate. Deliberate. Adjective. Carefully thought out, not hasty. Although my mother was angry, she spoke in a calm and deliberate manner. Deliberate. Deliberate. Verb. To think carefully in order to make up one's mind. We deliberated a long time before deciding to move to Arizona.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these decisions would you need to deliberate? A. What to eat for lunch? Or B. Which college to attend? If you said B, you were correct. Choosing a college is a very important decision. You should think about that carefully.
Depth. Depth. Noun. Distance from top to bottom or front to back. Deepness. The floodwaters reached a depth of several feet. Depths. Depths. Noun, plural. the innermost part or the deepest part. The treasure chest lay buried in the depths of the sea.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Depth is a measurement used for A, swimming pools, or B, hot summer days. If you said A, you're right. The depth of a swimming pool is the distance from the top of the water to the bottom of the pool.
Desire. Desire. Verb. To wish for, to want very much. A person who is famished desires just one thing, food. Noun. A strong wish. Pizarro's desire for gold was so great he ordered the Inca king Atahualpa to fill 3 rooms with it. Desirable. Desirable. Adjective. Pleasing. Agreeable. My new school is in a very desirable location.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? People avoid activities that they find desirable. If you said false, you were correct. People usually want to do things that they find pleasing or agreeable.
Livelihood. Livelihood. Noun. The means of supporting oneself. The storekeepers in Key West depend on tourists for their livelihood.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. My older brother's livelihood is A, his job as a mechanic, or B, his favorite book. If you said A, you're correct. My brother's job is his means of supporting himself.
Misfortune. Misfortune. Noun. Number 1. Bad luck, trouble. He had the misfortune to break his leg right before the big game. Number 2. An unlucky event. The 1992 hurricane was Florida's worst misfortune in many years.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? Most people would consider winning the lottery to be a stroke of misfortune. If you said no, you're right. Most people would think of winning the lottery as a good thing, not an unlucky event.
Orphan. Orphan. Noun. A child whose parents are dead. Tom Sawyer lived with his Aunt Polly because he was an orphan.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. An orphan is most likely to A, go to the movies with his father, or B, be adopted. If you said B, you were correct. An orphan's parents are dead, so he or she would likely be adopted.
Precipice. Precipice. Noun. A very high and steep cliff. We stood watchfully on the edge of the precipice and looked down. Precipitous. Precipitous. Adjective. Number 1. Very steep. The 2-mile Terror ski trail has many precipitous slopes. Number 2. Hasty, abrupt, done without careful thought. Joining the Navy so suddenly was a precipitous act.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? A gently rolling sea is often described as precipitous. If you said false, you were right. A gently rolling sea is not high or steep.
Regain. Regain. Verb. To get back. By following the doctor's orders, I slowly regained my health.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. You can regain something that you never had. If you said no, you are right. When you regain something, you get back a thing that you had before.
Slay. Slay, verb, to kill violently, slain, past participle. The scene where St. George slays the dragon comes right at the end of the play.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Lions hunt and slay their prey for food. If you said true, you are correct. Lions often violently kill the animals that they eat.
Symptom. Symptom, noun, a sign of something. Headaches can be a symptom of eye strain.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is a symptom of a cold? A, a runny nose, or B, tissues? If you said A, you're right. A runny nose is a sign that you might have a cold. Annual. Annual, adjective, happening every year. Somerville's annual town meeting is in March. Noun, number 1. A plant that lives for 1 year. Impatience is my favorite annual. Number 2. A book that comes out once a year. I save all my NFL football annuals.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is an annual event? A, your birthday, or B, a class trip to the zoo? If you said A, you were correct. Your birthday happens every year.
Artificial. Artificial, adjective, made by human beings and not by nature. My Aunt Rosa says she can taste the difference between artificial sweeteners and real sugar.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. Artificial flavors are produced by plants. If you said no, you're correct. Flavors made by plants are natural. Artificial flavors are made by people.
Blend. Blend, verb, number 1. To come or mix together into one. Make sure you blend the butter and sugar before you add the flour. Number 2. To go together. The painter chose colors that blend well. Noun, a mixture. Mocha is a blend of chocolate and coffee.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these would work better for blending the ingredients for a cake? A, an oven, or B, a wooden spoon? If you said B, you were right. A wooden spoon would work well for mixing together all of the ingredients in a cake.
Bore. Bore. Verb, number 1. To make a round hole in by drilling. If you bore a hole in the wood first, you won't split it when you put in the screw. Number 2. To tire by being dull and uninteresting. The yawns of my listeners told me I was beginning to bore them. Noun, a dull and uninteresting person. He tells that same joke so often that he is becoming a terrible bore. Boring. Boring. Adjective, dull and uninteresting. She sometimes stretches the facts a little, but her stories are never boring. Boredom. Boredom. Noun. A state of being bored. When heads began to nod and eyes to close, you could tell boredom had set in.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? A movie full of action and excitement is likely to cause boredom. If you said false, you're right. An action-packed movie is not dull and uninteresting. It is not likely to cause boredom.
Considerable. Considerable. Adjective. Great. Large. Although my grandmother's house is a considerable distance from town, she walks to the post office there every day.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A very small collection of baseball cards would be called considerable. If you said no, you're correct. A considerable collection of baseball cards is one that is large.
Crude. Crude. Adjective. Number 1. Raw. In an unrefined state. Refineries turn crude oil into gasoline. Number 2. Roughly made. Andrea drew me a crude map with a crayon on a scrap of paper. Number 3. Ill-mannered. As we walked back from school, we tried to ignore their crude remarks.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these would be described as crude? A. A painting in a museum. B. A sketch done on a napkin at dinner. If you said B, you're correct. A sketch on a napkin is roughly made and unrefined.
Evaporate. Evaporate. Verb. Number 1. To change from water into steam or vapor. The water in the kettle boiled so long that it all evaporated. Number 2. To disappear. By the 3rd day on the mountain, our hopes of being rescued began to evaporate.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Water turns to ice when it evaporates. If you said false, you're right. When water evaporates, it turns to steam or vapor, not ice.
Foliage. Foliage. Noun. The leaves of trees and other plants. The house at the end of the road was completely hidden by foliage.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is covered with foliage? A. An oak tree, or B. A tiger? If you said A, you're right. Oak trees are covered with leaves. Tigers are covered with fur.
Gash. Gash. Noun. A long, deep cut. When Liza slipped on the rocks, she had to go to the hospital to have the gash in her leg stitched up.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? If you get a gash, you might need stitches. If you said yes, you are correct. A long, deep cut might need stitches to heal properly.
Hue. Hue. Noun. A color. Especially a shade of color. The poppies in Monet's paintings stand out because of their vivid reddish-orange hue.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. An object's hue is its A, size, or B, color. If you said B, you're correct. Hue refers to the color or shade of something.
Increase. Increase, verb. To make or become larger. To add to. I'm going to ask my mother to increase my allowance on my next birthday. Noun. The amount by which something gets larger. A wet spring usually means an increase in the number of mosquitoes.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. When the club's membership increased last year, there were A, twice as many members, or B, 10 fewer members. If you said A, you were right. An increase in membership means that the number of members got larger, not smaller.
Nourish. Nourish, verb. To feed, to support or make grow. We nourish our bodies best by eating a diet of fruits, vegetables, and grains. Nourishment. Nourishment, noun. Anything that feeds or helps to make grow. When I had the flu, the only nourishment I could take was clear chicken broth.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. Water and sunlight are important nourishment for plants. If you said yes, you're right. Both water and sunlight feed and support plants, helping them grow.
Vary. Vary, verb. To make or have a change in. The length of a calendar month varies between 28 and 31 days. Variation. Variation, noun. A change in form, position, or condition. There isn't much variation between the summer and the winter temperatures where my grandfather lives.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? The number of days in May varies from year to year. If you said false, you are correct. There are always 31 days in May. This number does not change.
Vision. Vision, noun. Number 1, eyesight. If you are lucky enough to have 20/20 vision, you'll be able to see well. Number 2, something seen in the mind, especially of the future. The founders of the United Nations had a vision of a world without hunger or war. Visual. Visual, adjective. Of or used in seeing. As a visual aid, the speaker projected pictures onto a large screen.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Vision is the sense related to your A, ears, or B, eyes. If you said B, you're correct. Vision is the same thing as eyesight.
Yield. Yield, verb. Number 1, to give up someone or something, to surrender. Congress finally yielded to the president's demands and passed the budget. Number 2, to produce. 20 gallons of milk will yield about 1 pound of butter. Noun, the amount produced. The farmer told us that you can expect a yield of about 50 pounds of fruit from each apple tree.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Yield refers to A, the number of muffins I made, or B, the number of blueberries in each muffin. If you said A, you were right. The amount of muffins produced is the yield. Ability. Ability, noun, power or knowledge, skill. Lonnie's ability to do math problems in her head astounded her teacher.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? Good balance is an ability that is helpful for a gymnast. If you said yes, you're correct. Good balance is a skill that gymnasts need to succeed.
Amiable. Amiable, adjective, friendly, good-natured, and pleasant. My uncle's amiable manner put my friends at ease right away.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Amiable people make good friends. If you said true, you're correct. It is nice to have friends who are good-natured and pleasant.
Bliss. Bliss, noun, complete joy or happiness. My idea of bliss is an afternoon on the river with my fishing rod. Blissful. Blissful, adjective, very happy, joyful. The proud parents wore blissful smiles as they watched their son graduate.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? Sad news is a sure way to cause a feeling of bliss. If you said no, you're right. Sad news does not make people feel joy or happiness.
Caress. Caress, verb, to touch in a tender or loving way. Sean caressed the baby's forehead gently as it lay sleeping. Noun, a tender or loving touch or hug. The kitten brushing against my cheek felt like a caress.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these would a toddler be likely to caress? A, a favorite stuffed toy, or B, a clean diaper. If you said A, you're right. A toddler would probably give a tender, loving hug to a favorite toy.
Clutch. Clutch, verb, to grasp or hold tightly to. Kabir clutched his teddy bear as he climbed into the dentist's chair. Noun, the part of a machine that connects and disconnects the power from the rest of the machine. Before changing gears in a standard shift car, first step on the clutch.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these has a clutch? A, a car, or B, a screwdriver? If you said A, you are correct. A standard car has a part that disconnects power from the rest of the engine.
Coax. Coax, verb, to persuade or urge in a gentle way. I coaxed my baby sister into holding my hand as we crossed the street.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? When you coax people into doing something, you force them to do it against their will. If you said false, you're correct. When you coax people, you persuade in a gentle way.
Furious. Furious, adjective, number 1, very, very angry. The emperor was furious when he realized how the two tailors had tricked him. Number 2, very fast, strong, or wild. I was confused by the furious activity going on in the kitchen. Fury. Fury, noun, number 1, great anger. Mark's uneasiness turned to fury when he learned how completely he had been tricked. Number 2, wild and uncontrolled force. The fury of the storm was far greater than had been forecast.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. A furious person is more likely to A. Scream and yell, or B. Tell a joke. If you said A, you are right. A furious person is very, very angry. He or she is likely to scream and yell.
Gesture. Gesture. Noun. Number 1. A movement of the arm or hand. The President waved his arm in a farewell gesture before boarding Air Force One. Number 2. Something done to show one's feelings. Asking you to the birthday party was Dolores's gesture of friendship. Verb. To make a movement of the arm or hand. The coach gestured to the players on the bench to join her on the field.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. A wave of the hand is a type of gesture. If you said yes, you're right. A gesture is a movement of the arm or hand, such as a wave.
Mope. Mope. Verb. To be sad and gloomy, to lose interest in the things that usually bring pleasure. As the long, hot summer days went on and I still had no job, I began to mope.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? When you mope, you find joy in your usual activities. If you said false, you are right. When you mope, you feel sad and gloomy. You lose interest in the things that usually make you happy.
Prefer. Prefer. Verb. To like better. To choose first. Which do you prefer, chocolate or vanilla? Preference. Preference. Noun. That which is preferred. If you don't have a preference, I'll choose the movie.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. If you prefer the color red, it's your second choice. If you said no, you're right. If you prefer red, that means that red is the color you like better. It's your first choice.
Recover. Recover. Verb. Number 1. To get back to a normal state, to get well again. Patrizia soon recovered from the flu. Number 2. To get back what was lost or stolen. It cost $100 to recover my car after it was towed. Recovery. Recovery. Noun. Number 1. A return to a normal state. Dr. Holberg was surprised at the speed of my recovery. Number 2. The act of getting back what was lost or stolen. The museum is offering a reward for the recovery of the missing painting.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? When you recover from an illness, you feel better. If you said true, you are correct. When you recover, you get well again. You are back to a normal state.
Replace. Replace. Verb. Number 1. To take the place of. Who will replace Mr. Myers when he leaves the school? Number 2. To put back in place. When you are through with the encyclopedias, let the librarian replace them on the shelves. Replacement. Replacement. Noun. A person or thing that takes the place of another. If the water pump cannot be repaired, the plumber will order a replacement for us.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. My family had to replace our oven when A. My sister baked a cake, or B. The old one broke. If you said B, you're correct. A new oven would take the place of an old one that broke.
Request. Request. Verb. to ask for. I requested a chocolate cake with cherry frosting for my birthday. Noun, the thing asked for. The band leader agreed to play our request.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these might you request for lunch? A sandwich, or B, a microwave? If you said A, you are correct. A sandwich is something you might ask for at lunch.
Separate. Separate, verb, to set or keep apart. Whenever the twins start fighting, my mother separates them. Separate. Separate, adjective, not together, not joined. The twins asked if they could have separate bedrooms.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false. Two things that are separate are joined together. If you said false, you are right. Things that are separate are not together.
Shun. Shun, verb, to take special pains to avoid, to keep away from. Leon ceased his bullying when his classmates started to shun him.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. If you shun dogs, you go out of your way to spend time with them. If you said no, you're correct. If you shun dogs, you don't like to be around them. You take special pains to avoid them. Appall. Appall, verb, to cause horror, shock, or dismay. The inspectors were appalled by the conditions in the prison factories. Appalling. Appalling, adjective, causing shock and horror. The television report exposed the appalling treatment of the farm workers.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false. You would be likely to find appalling conditions at a store that sells school supplies. If you said false, you were correct. Stores that sell school supplies are not likely to cause shock and horror.
Dejected. Dejected, adjective, discouraged, low in spirits. Jesse felt dejected when he couldn't find an apartment with low rent.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. Getting to go to your favorite restaurant for lunch would make you feel dejected. If you said no, you're correct. Going to your favorite restaurant would probably make you feel happy, not discouraged or low.
Depend. Depend, verb, number 1. To rely on for support. Many blind persons depend on guide dogs. Number 2. To be based on. Whether or not I go to the concert depends on what my parents say. Dependable. Dependable. Adjective. Reliable. If you do a lot of driving, you need a dependable car.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false. You want someone dependable to take care of your dog while you are away on vacation. If you said true, you are right. When you are away, you want someone reliable to care for your dog. You want to be sure your dog will be well cared for.
Dreary. Dreary, adjective, sad and gloomy. I pulled up the shades to let more light into Olga's dark and dreary apartment.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these days is more likely to be described as dreary? A rainy one, or B, a sunny one? If you said A, you're right. Rainy days often feel sad and gloomy.
Fanatic, Fanatic, noun. A person whose enthusiasm for a belief is extreme. Uncle Roger ran the restaurant for years, and he was a fanatic about cleanliness in the kitchen. Fanatical. Fanatical, adjective. Carrying an interest or enthusiasm to extremes. Mr. Gradgrind was a fanatical believer in the importance of facts.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? A fanatic for baseball would have no idea who won the World Series last year. If you said false, you are correct. A fanatic for baseball has an extreme love for this sport. He or she would definitely know who won the World Series.
Impact. Impact, noun. Number 1. The striking of one object by another. The impact of the ball bruised the catcher's arm. Number 2. Forceful impression. Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech had a great impact on millions of Americans.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. If a poem had an impact on you, you found it A, boring, or B, inspiring. If you said B, you're correct. Something with impact leaves a forceful impression.
Invade. Invade, verb. Number 1. To enter by force in order to take over. The German army invaded Russia in June 1941. Number 2. To intrude, to enter in great numbers. I am putting a lock on my drawer so my little sister won't be able to invade my privacy anymore. Invasion. Invasion, noun. The act of invading. The gypsy moth invasion caused the destruction of many Cape Cod pine trees.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? An invasion is an act of peace. If you said no, you were right. An invasion is a forceful act. The goal is to take control of something.
Isolate. Isolate, verb. To cut off from others. As soon as my brother broke out in spots, the doctor isolated him for a week. Isolation. Isolation, noun. The condition of being isolated. The cottage's isolation makes it appealing to someone seeking a quiet vacation. Isolated. Isolated, adjective. Cut off from others. The lighthouse keeper actually enjoyed her isolated life.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these locations is isolated? A, a small island in the Pacific, or B, the middle of a busy city? If you said A, you're right. A small remote island is cut off from others.
Occupy. Occupy, verb. Number 1. To live in, to take up. My Aunt Bianca's family occupied the apartment next to us when I was little. Number 2. To take over by force. Protesting students occupied the school president's office. Occupation. Occupation, noun. Number 1. A person's job or profession. Nursing is a perfect occupation for my brother, since he loves helping people. Number 2. A filling up of time or space. The sign in the elevator said that occupation by more than 12 people was against the law.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Career counselors can help people choose an occupation. If you said true, you are correct. An occupation is a job or profession. Career counselors help people choose their job.
Reveal. Reveal. Verb. Number 1. To make known. If you reveal the wish you made, it might not come true. Number 2. To bring into view. To show. The curtain rose to reveal 3 men sitting on top of a stone wall.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. When something has been revealed, you A, can't see it, or B, can see it. If you said B, you're correct. Something that has been revealed has been brought into view.
Rout. Rout. Noun. A disorganized retreat from an attack. A total defeat. The battle ended in a rout as the enemy's soldiers dropped their weapons and ran. Verb. To defeat completely. The U.S. basketball players routed their opponents in the 1992 Olympic Games.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? The volleyball team hopes to rout their rivals at the championship game. If you said yes, you were right. The team wants to completely defeat their opponent and win the championship.
Suspect. Suspect. Verb. Number 1. To think of as probably guilty. The police suspect the man who used to live upstairs of breaking into our apartment. Number 2. To suppose that something is true. I suspect that she knows more algebra than she thinks she does. Suspect. Suspect. Noun. A person believed to be guilty. The suspect asked to see a lawyer before being questioned.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Suspects in crimes are believed to be innocent. If you said false, you're right. Suspects are people believed to be guilty.
Temporary. Temporary. Adjective. Lasting or made to last for a short time. The town hall provided a temporary place for people to stay during the hurricane.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is temporary? A, your birth date, or B, your grade in school? If you said B, you are correct. Your grade in school only lasts 1 year before it changes. You are not in the same grade forever.
Terror. Terror. Noun. Great fear. Thunder and lightning always fill my grandmother with terror. Terrify. Terrify. Verb. To fill with terror or great fear. The reports of the crime in the neighborhood terrified the residents.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. The 3-year-old was terrified of A, the large barking dog, or B, his mother. If you said A, you're correct. A large barking dog is more likely to fill a 3-year-old with fear than his mother.
Tragic. Tragic. Adjective. Causing great sadness, terrible or dreadful. The entire nation grieved over the tragic death of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Tragedy. Tragedy, noun, number 1. An event that causes great pain, suffering, or loss of life. The closing of the shipyard would be a tragedy for Charlestown. Number 2. A play that ends sadly as the hero or heroine loses at the end of a great struggle. Shakespeare wrote some of the world's greatest tragedies.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. Tragic news is likely to make you cry. If you said yes, you were right. Terrible, dreadful news often makes people cry. Afford. Afford, verb, number 1, to be able to pay for. Can you afford a new pair of running shoes? Number 2, to be able to do. When you're on the soccer team, you can't afford to miss a night's sleep. Number 3, to give, to provide. Music affords me much pleasure.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Most people can afford to buy a big castle on a mountain. If you said false, you are correct. A big castle on a mountain would be very expensive. Most people would not be able to pay for one.
Boast. Boast. Verb, number 1. To talk with too much pride in oneself or in what one owns or has done. To brag. Ben boasted about all the games he had won. Number 2. To have and to take a proper pride in having. San Francisco boasts one of the finest bridges in the world, the Golden Gate Bridge. Noun, an act of boasting. It was just a boast, Julio said. I can't really run 5 miles.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? I am the greatest person in the world is an example of boasting. If you said yes, you're correct. When you boast, you brag and talk with a lot of pride in yourself.
Chord. Chord, noun. 3 or more notes of music played together. Becca played a few chords on the guitar.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which group of people could play a chord? A trio of violinists, or B, a quartet of dancers? If you said A, you are right. A trio of violinists would play notes of music together.
Exceptional. Exceptional, adjective, unusually good. The batik cloth was of exceptional quality.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? An A+ is an exceptional grade. If you said true, you're right. An A+ is the best grade that you can get. It is unusually good.
Fortunate. Fortunate, adjective, lucky. You are fortunate to have such kind friends.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? Most people would consider it fortunate to win the lottery. If you said yes, you are correct. Most people think it is very lucky to win the lottery.
Fringe. Fringe, noun, number 1. An edge made of short lengths of material such as thread, used to decorate clothes, curtains, etc. My skirt had a fringe down the side. Number 2, an outside edge. At the concert, I stood at the fringe of the crowd.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these would have a fringe? A coffee cup, or B, a blanket? If you said B, you're correct. A blanket could be decorated with short lengths of material. A mug would not have that kind of decoration.
Humble. Humble. Adjective. Number 1, plain and simple. Abraham Lincoln was raised in a humble log cabin. Number 2, not proud, modest. In her humble speech of thanks, the new mayor said she would need all the help she could get. Verb, to bring down to defeat. Our soccer team humbled Newton High with a score of 7 goals to 1.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? A 7-course gourmet meal would be considered humble. If you said false, you are right. A humble meal is one that is simple and plain. A 7-course gourmet meal is fancy.
Meadow. Meadow, noun, a field of grass or wildflowers. In the middle of the meadow stood a cow and its calf.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. What would you find in a meadow? A, grass, or B, concrete? If you said A, you're right. A meadow is a field of grass or flowers. There is no concrete in a meadow.
Melancholy. Melancholy, adjective, filled with sorrow, very sad. The movie was so sad it left me in a melancholy mood. Noun, a state of sadness. His melancholy began to affect my mood, and I grew more and more dejected.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? A movie with a sad ending could make you feel melancholy. If you said true, you are correct. A movie with a sad ending could fill you with sorrow.
Obstinate. Obstinate, adjective, not willing to give in, stubborn. You can't persuade him to do anything. He's too obstinate.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these animals is often described as obstinate? A, a mule, or B, a chicken? If you said A, you're correct. Mules are very stubborn. They do not like to give in.
Plead. Plead, verb, number 1, to ask for something that is felt to be very important, to beg. The family pleaded with reporters to leave them alone. Number 2, to respond to a charge by a court of law. The prisoner said he wished to plead not guilty.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? You plead for things that you don't really care about. If you said no, you are right. Pleading is the same as begging. When you plead for something, you are asking for something very important to you.
Plunge. Plunge, verb, number 1, to throw oneself into. We plunged into the pool and swam a few laps. Number 2, to push or force quickly. I plunged the spade into the earth. Number 3, to drop sharply. The price of land near the new dump plunged last year. Noun, a sudden dive or fall. My spirits took a plunge when I saw the first page of the test.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. When something plunges, it goes A up or B down. If you said B, you're right. When something plunges, it drops sharply.
Relent. Relent, verb, to become less strict. My parents finally relented and said I could go to the concert.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Not letting you go to the mall is an example of your parents relenting. If you said false, you were correct. If your parents relent, they become less strict. Not letting you go to the mall is more strict.
Submit. Submit. Verb. Number 1. To give to someone to look over or decide about. Each student is asked to submit a picture for the yearbook. Number 2. To give in to someone or something. My sister was always telling me what to do, but I refused to submit to her.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. What would you be likely to submit to your teacher? A, a book report, or B, a package of baseball cards? If you said A, you're correct. A book report is something your teacher would need to look over. Your teacher would not need to review your baseball cards.
Trudge. Trudge. Verb. To walk slowly and heavily as though with great effort. We had to trudge through deep snow to reach the door.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? When you trudge, you are moving slowly. If you said yes, you are right. When you trudge, you move with great effort. You walk slowly and heavily. Apparent. Apparent. Adjective. Number 1. Clear. It's apparent that no one's home. Number 2. Seeming or appearing to be. The apparent cause of increase in the price of lettuce was the spring freeze.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Something that is apparent fills you with doubt. If you said false, you were correct. When something is apparent, it is clear. There is no doubt.
Ban. Ban. Verb. To forbid, especially by passing a law or making a rule. The hospital bans children from visiting patients. Noun. A law or rule that forbids something. There is a ban on wearing hats in class.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? If cell phones are banned at school, you are not allowed to have one in class. If you said yes, you're correct. Things that are banned are forbidden. If cell phones are banned, you can't have one in class.
Concentrate. Concentrate. Verb. Number 1. To focus all one's thoughts or efforts on. It's hard for me to concentrate on homework when I hear the kids outside. Number 2. To bring or come together in one place. Factories were concentrated along the east side of the Harlem River. Concentration. Concentration. Noun. Giving total attention to something. Don't sing. It ruins my concentration. Concentrated. Concentrated. Adjective. Of increased strength or thickness. For breakfast, mix 1 part of concentrated orange juice to 3 parts water.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. When something has been concentrated, it becomes A, stronger, or B, weaker. If you said A, you were right. Things that are concentrated are stronger or thicker than the original.
Concern. Concern. Verb. Number 1. To be about. to interest. Homelessness is a subject that should concern everyone. Number 2, to trouble or worry. My parents are concerned about my brother's health. Noun, number 1. Something that involves a person or people. Healthcare is a big concern for most people. Number 2, a business organization. After college, she got a job with a banking concern.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? It is easy to relax when you are concerned about something. If you said false, you're right. When you are concerned, you are troubled or worried. That can make it hard to relax.
Consider. Consider, verb, number 1. To think about carefully. Since my teaching job is a temporary one, it's time to consider what I should do next. Number 2. To take into account. Please consider my feelings when you comment on the story I wrote. Number 3. To believe. I may only be 17, but I consider myself an adult.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. You need to consider important decisions. If you said yes, you were correct. Important decisions should be thought about carefully.
Contrast. Contrast, verb, number 1. To compare in order to show the differences. Before deciding on the design for the new gym, we are going to contrast the 2 suggested plans. Number 2. To show differences when compared. His actions contrast greatly with his words. Contrast. Contrast, noun, a difference. Our new apartment is a welcome contrast to our old one.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. When you contrast things, you look for A, similarities, or B, differences. If you said B, you're correct. When you contrast things, you compare them for differences.
Fragile. Fragile, adjective, easily broken or damaged. This antique chair is so fragile that it would break if anyone sat on it.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. An egg is a fragile object. If you said yes, you were right. Eggs are easy to break.
Menace. Menace, noun. Something that is likely to do harm or is regarded as dangerous. Icebergs are a menace to ships in the North Atlantic. Verb. To be a danger to put at risk. The approaching hurricane menaces the entire South Carolina coast.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? A cat is a menace to a mouse. If you said true, you're right. A cat is dangerous and likely to do harm to a mouse.
Pounce. Pounce, verb. To swoop down on and seize. The cat pounced on the mouse as soon as it ventured from its hole.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? When you pounce on something, you let it go. If you said false, you are correct. When you pounce on something, you swoop down on it and grab it.
Prompt. Prompt, adjective. Quick, without too much time passing. I sent a prompt reply to Ahmed's letter. Verb, to cause, to act. Seeing ants all over the counter prompted me to spend the afternoon cleaning the kitchen.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Seeing a documentary about global warming might prompt you to A. Start a recycling club at school, or B. Eat more candy. If you said A, you're correct. A documentary about global warming might cause you to take action to make things better.
Recent. Recent, adjective. Of a time just before the present. The recent outbreak of measles resulted in the temporary closing of our school.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these events is recent? A. Something that happened 10 years ago, or B. Something that happened yesterday. If you said B, you were correct. Something that happened yesterday happened not long ago.
Symbol. Symbol, noun. Something that stands for something else. The dove is a symbol of peace.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is a symbol of love? A. A heart, or B. A pumpkin. If you said A, you're correct. A heart is an image that stands for love.
Talon. Talon, noun. The claw of a bird, usually one that kills animals for food. The hawk clutched its victim firmly in its talons.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Dogs use their talons to dig holes. If you said false, you were right. Dogs do not have talons. Birds of prey have claws called talons on their feet.
Trophy. Trophy, noun. Something as a prize or reward given to show success in an activity. The Heisman Trophy is a top football honor.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. When would you get a trophy? A, for winning a spelling bee, or B, for walking your dog? If you said A, you were correct. A trophy is a prize or award for a success, such as winning a spelling bee.
Widespread. Widespread, adjective, number 1. Spread or stretched out over a large area. The widespread wings of the condor can reach 10 feet from tip to tip. Number 2. Happening or found over a large area. There was widespread frost last night.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A widespread illness would infect only one person. If you said no, you're right. A widespread illness would cover a large area and make many people sick. Apt. Apt. Adjective. Number 1. Suited to. Fitting. The stilt was an apt nickname for 7'1" basketball star Wilt Chamberlain. Number 2. Likely or almost certain. I am apt to do better on Spanish tests if I make vocabulary cards to study.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these activities is apt to make you better at baseball? A. Attending practice regularly, or B. Watching a lot of games on TV. If you said A, you were correct. Regular practice is likely to make you a better player.
Blossom. Blossom, noun, a flower. The white-orange blossom stands out against the dark green foliage. Verb, number 1, to come into bloom. Dogwood trees blossom in May. Number 2, to develop. After 2 years of playing bit parts, she blossomed into a star of the Broadway stage.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these produces a blossom? A, an oak tree, or B, a rose bush? If you said B, you're correct. A rose bush produces sweet-smelling flowers.
Bough. Bough, noun, a large branch or limb of a tree. The boughs of the apple tree were heavy with fruit.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A bow is a part of a car's engine. If you said no, you are right. A bough is the branch or limb of a tree.
Content. Content, adjective, happy with what one has, satisfied. Give me a good book and a comfortable armchair, and I am content. Contentment. Contentment, noun, a state of being satisfied and at peace. After a delicious dinner and a hot bath, I relaxed in total contentment.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Most people feel content when they are at the dentist's office. If you said false, you're right. Most people do not feel happy or satisfied when they are in the dentist's chair.
Detest. Detest, verb, to dislike strongly, to hate. Many Germans detested Hitler but were afraid to speak out. Detestable. Detestable, adjective, causing or deserving strong dislike. His racist views are detestable.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? You avoid eating foods that you detest. If you said yes, you are correct. Foods you detest are ones that you dislike strongly or hate. These are foods you try not to eat.
Dusk. Dusk, noun, the time at the end of the day just before dark. The streetlights go on at dusk.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? Dusk is the time just before the sun rises. If you said no, you're correct. Dusk is the time just before the sun sets.
Extinguish. Extinguish, verb, to put out as a fire or a light. The sign at the campsite said, "Before leaving, make sure you extinguish your campfire."
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? You can use water to extinguish a fire. If you said true, you are right. Water is often used to put out a fire.
Familiar. Familiar, adjective, number 1, often seen or experienced, known. I was happy to see a familiar face in the crowd. Number 2, having a good knowledge of. Dan read about it in the newspaper and is familiar with the case.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these would be described as familiar? A, a book you've read 5 times, or B, a painting you saw for the first time? If you said A, you're right. You have good knowledge of a book you've read 5 times.
Obtain. obtain. Verb, to gain or get by making an effort. We were lucky to obtain tickets for the jazz concert because they sold out very quickly.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? When you obtain something, you lose it. If you said false, you are correct. When you obtain something, you get it by making an effort.
Orchard. Orchard. Noun. A place where fruit trees grow. Every fall, my brother and I go to an orchard where you can pick your own apples.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. The orchard was filled with A, strawberries, or B, apple trees. If you said B, you're correct. Orchards are places where fruit trees grow.
Practice. Practice. Verb. Number 1. To say or do over and over in order to get better at something. If you practice Spanish every day, you should be able to get along when you go to Mexico. Number 2. To do. Carry on, perform. He was raised from an early age to practice politeness. Number 3. To work at as a profession. Aunt Mariana is licensed to practice law in both California and Nevada. Noun. Number 1. A repeated action or usual way of doing something. It's my mother's practice to swim 30 laps every morning. Number 2. The work of a profession. The practice of medicine has recently undergone many changes.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. You practice something that you want to A, get better at, or B, forget. If you said A, you are right. When you want to get better at something, you do it over and over.
Prune. Prune. Verb. To cut off branches. We had to prune the shrubs so we could see out of the window. Noun. A dried plum. Elijah usually soaks the prunes overnight and serves them for breakfast.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? Prunes are made from apples. If you said no, you're right. Prunes are made by drying plums.
Stout. Stout. Adjective. Number 1. Heavily built, thick-set. He used to be thin, but he grew stout as he got older. Number 2. Strong. Not easily bent or broken. The roof of the barn was supported by 6 stout posts.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? A stout glass would be easy to break. If you said false, you were correct. A stout glass is strong and not easily broken.
Threadbare. Threadbare. Adjective. Shabby and worn out. The threadbare blankets on the bed failed to keep us warm during the night.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which coat is likely to be threadbare? A, the one you've had for 5 years, or B, the one you bought last week. If you said A, you're correct. The coat you've had for a long time is likely to be shabby and worn out.
Wander. Wander. Verb. Number 1. To go from place to place with no plan or purpose in mind. We wandered around downtown waiting for the post office to open. Number 2. To slip easily off the subject, to fail to work in a normal way. Luis tried to concentrate on his math homework but his mind began to wander.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? Someone who is wandering is likely to be looking at a map. If you said no, you are right. Someone who is wandering is going from place to place with no plan. They probably don't have a map.
Address. Address. Verb. Number 1. To direct one's words to. The head of the Honor Society addressed the whole student body. Number 2. To apply oneself to something. As soon as Miss Liu finishes solving one problem, she has to address a new one. Noun. Number 1. A written or spoken speech. President Lincoln scribbled the Gettysburg Address on an envelope. Address. Address. Noun. The place where someone lives or receives mail. Let the post office know if you change your address.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. When the president of a country addresses a nation, he or she, A, makes a speech to that nation, or B, moves there. If you said A, you are correct. If you address a group of people, you direct your words to them.
Approve. Approve. Verb. To think well of. To agree to. My friend Lucia approved my choice of a dress for the party. Approval. Approval. Noun. Thinking well of. Agreeing to. My parents' approval is important to me.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? If your parents approve of your friends, they dislike them. If you said false, you're correct. When your parents approve of something, they have a good opinion of it.
Conclude. Conclude. Verb. Number 1. To bring or come to an end. It took us at least 10 minutes to reach the exit after the concert concluded. Number 2. To form an opinion. Jan concluded that mowing lawns was the best way to earn money next summer. Conclusion. Conclusion. Noun. Number 1. The end. A bow by the conductor marked the conclusion of the concert. Number 2. A judgment. After talking to my teachers and my parents, I came to the conclusion that taking Spanish would be more useful to me than taking French.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? You know that a movie has reached its conclusion when the credits appear on screen. If you said yes, you're right. Credits are shown at the end of a movie.
Deprive. Deprive. Verb. To keep from having, to take away from. The thunderstorm at 3 a.m. deprived me of a good night's sleep.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? When you are deprived of dessert, you are not allowed to have any. If you said true, you're correct. Being deprived of something means having it taken away or denied.
Elder. Elder. Noun. Number 1. A person who is older. Sometimes we can learn a lot from our elders just by observing the way they live their lives. Number 2. Someone people look up to because of age and experience. The elders of the village met to decide what to do about the increasing number of tourists. Adjective. Older. My elder brother is a senior in high school.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these people is an elder? A, your little sister, or B, your grandmother? If you said B, you're correct. An elder is an older person.
Escort. Escort. Verb. To travel with, to guide or protect a person. When her husband was away, Anna asked her brother to escort her to the play. Escort. Escort. Noun. One or more persons that escort. The president always has a police escort when he travels by car.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? If you escort your younger brother to the park, you go to the park with him. If you said true, you are right. When you escort someone, you go somewhere with that person.
Fare. Fare. Noun. Number 1. Money paid for a trip, by bus or train, for example. What is the fare from Chicago to Orlando by air? Number 2. Food and drink. The new restaurant serves Chinese fare. Verb. To get along. I wonder how my sister is faring on her mountain climbing trip.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. The train fare from New York to Philadelphia is A, how long it takes to get from one city to another by train, or B, how much a train ticket costs. If you said B, you are correct. A fare is the amount of money you pay to take a trip somewhere.
Forlorn. Forlorn. Adjective. Sad and lonely. Sam looked lost and forlorn as he sat waiting for his mother.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? Children playing kickball in the park are likely to look forlorn. If you said no, you're correct. Kids playing together probably look happy, not sad and lonely.
Hearty. Hearty. Adjective. Number 1. Healthy, strong. Grandpa liked to boast that at the age of 85, he still had a hearty appetite at every meal. Number 2. Satisfying and full of flavor. Tasty. The hearty vegetable chili hit the spot on a cold day. Number 3. Friendly and enthusiastic. Uncle Pete gave a hearty chuckle when my little brother told a joke.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is a hearty snack? A bowl of soup, or B, a carrot stick? If you said A, you're right. A bowl of soup, unlike a carrot stick, is flavorful and satisfying and will boost your strength.
Inhale. Inhale. Verb. To breathe in. I tried to catch my breath by inhaling deeply several times.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Inhaling smoke from a fire can be very dangerous. If you said true, you are correct. Breathing in smoke can damage a person's lungs.
Merit. Merit. Verb. To deserve. The students' ideas for changes in the sports program merit careful study by the school board. Noun. Good qualities. Worth. Dalal's teacher thought his fundraising idea had merit and asked him to explain it to the class. Merits. Merits. Noun. Plural. The actual facts. The judge said to forget what we'd heard on television and judge the case on its merits.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. An invention that has merit will never work properly. If you said no, you're right. When something has merit, it is valuable and worth using.
Stingy. Stingy. Adjective. Not generous. Azania is too stingy to share her candy with anyone.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? If you are stingy, you often let your friends borrow your toys. If you said false, you are right. Stingy people are not generous, so they are not likely to share the things they own.
Summon. Summon. Verb. Number 1. To call or send for. My father summoned me to the phone. Number 2. To call forth, to gather. I summoned all my courage and walked out on the stage.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. When you summon someone, you might A. wave the person over, or B. ignore the person. If you said A, you are correct. If you summon someone, you try to get that person's attention.
Valiant. Valiant. Adjective. Full of courage. Brave. The firefighters were honored for their valiant deeds.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? Saving a child from a burning building is a valiant act. If you said yes, you're right. It is very brave to rescue someone from a fire.
Waft. Waft. Verb. To move or be moved lightly over water or air. To drift. Petals from the cherry blossoms wafted over the path on the gentle breeze.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these might waft from a kitchen? A. The scent of apple pie, or B. A bowl of pasta? If you said A, you are right. When something wafts, it drifts through the air. Abreast. Abreast. Adjective or adverb. Number 1. Side by side. We walked 3 abreast, except where the path was so narrow that we had to walk single file. Number 2. Up to date. I try to stay abreast of what is happening in the world by reading the paper every day.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? 2 people walking abreast can hold hands. If you said true, you're right. If you are walking side by side with someone, you could hold that person's hand.
Barrier. Barrier. Noun. Anything that stops progress or blocks the way. Lack of education is often a barrier to success in life.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is an example of a barrier? A. A tunnel, or B. A fence. If you said B, you are correct. Fences can stop your progress or get in your way.
Breadth. Breadth. Noun. Number 1. the distance of something from side to side, width. The arrow missed the target by no more than a hand's breadth. Number 2, wide range, largeness. Carlos got the job because of his breadth of experience.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. If a history book has breadth, it focuses on a very specific time period. If you said no, you are right. A history book with breadth would cover a wide range of topics and centuries.
Capital. Capital. Noun. Number 1. Wealth that can be used to produce more wealth. You don't need much capital to buy that pizza business. Number 2. The city where the government of a state or country is located. The capital of Montana is Helena. Adjective. Punishable by death. Murder is a capital crime in many states.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. The capital of the United States is A, North America, or B, Washington, D.C. If you said B, you're right. The national government of the U.S. is located in the city of Washington.
Ensure. Ensure. Verb. To make sure or certain. Wearing a seatbelt will help ensure your safety in case of an accident.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false. It's a good idea to practice your vocabulary words to ensure that you learn them. If you said true, you're correct. You can make sure that you learn new vocabulary words by studying and practicing them.
External. External. Adjective. On or related to the outside. The external walls of the house are covered with shingles as protection.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. The external temperature is A, the high temperature for the day, or B, the temperature outside. If you said B, you are correct. Something that is external is outside.
Feud. Feud. Noun. A long, bitter quarrel, especially one between two families. It took the tragic deaths of Romeo and Juliet to end the feud between their two families. Verb. To be enemies, to quarrel. The Hatfields and the McCoys feuded for years.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. Two groups that are involved in a feud like each other very much. If you said no, you're right. If two groups are enemies, they greatly dislike each other and may quarrel or fight.
Fortress. Fortress. Noun. A building with strong walls made to be defended against attack, a fort. Rather than attack the fortress directly, the invaders went around it.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Fortresses usually have thin, weak walls. If you said false, you're correct. Fortresses are made of strong materials, such as stone, that cannot be easily destroyed.
Frequent. Frequent. Adjective. Happening often or over and over. My mother's business requires her to make frequent visits to Japan. Verb. To go to over and over. We frequent the local bakery regularly for oatmeal cookies. Frequency. Frequency. Noun. Number of times something is repeated. My clarinet playing improved with the frequency of my practicing.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. If you frequent a certain restaurant, you A. dislike the food there, or B. go there often. If you said B, you're right. When you frequent a place, you go there over and over.
Frontier. Frontier. Noun. Number 1. The line between two countries. We said goodbye to France and crossed the frontier into Spain in the early morning. Number 2. The outer limits of the settled part of a country. The American frontier moved slowly westward in the 19th century. Number 3. The outer limits of knowledge. The frontiers of medicine are being pushed back at a rapidly increasing rate.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. When crossing a frontier, you might have to show your passport. If you said yes, you are correct. A frontier is a border between two countries. Guards might ask to see your passport to enter another country.
Peasant. Peasant. Noun. A person who makes a living from working the soil, especially in poorer countries. The peasants' revolt in England in 1381 was a shock to the government.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Peasants tend to drive fancy cars. If you said false, you are right. Peasants are poor farmers, so they can't afford luxury cars.
Petty. Petty. Adjective. Of little importance. Small. A petty disagreement over a parking space led to a bitter quarrel between them.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is a petty amount of money? A. 25 cents or B. $10,000. If you said A, you are correct. 25 cents is a small amount of money.
Threat. Threat. Noun. A warning that one may do harm. Olivia tried to quiet her dog after her neighbor's threat to call the police. Threaten. Threaten. Verb. To make a threat. My brother threatened to tell my mother that I ate all the cake. Threatening. Threatening. Adjective. Suggesting harm or danger. The dark clouds looked very threatening.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these might sound threatening? A. A dog growling, or B. A kitten purring. If you said A, you're right. A dog's growl could suggest danger.
Utilize. Utilize. Verb. To put to use. We utilized whatever scraps of fabric we had to make a costume.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. Most people utilize their fireplaces only in the winter. If you said yes, you are right. Fireplaces don't often get used when the weather is warm.
Vast. Vast. Adjective. Very great in area or amount. The Pacific Ocean is a vast body of water.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these is vast? A, the Grand Canyon, or B, a backyard swimming pool? If you said A, you're correct. The Grand Canyon is very large in area. Audition. Audition. Noun. A short performance by an actor or musician as a test for a particular job. Auditions for the school band will be held tomorrow. Verb. To try out for. 6 people auditioned for the part of Helen Keller in the 4th grade play.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. You might have to audition to ride bikes with your friends. If you said no, you were correct. An audition involves acting or some other kind of performance. You don't have to perform to ride bikes with your friends.
Create. Create. Verb. To bring into being. To produce for the first time. The computer industry has created many new jobs. Creative. Creative. Adjective. Having new and original ideas. Mozart was one of the most creative musicians that ever lived. Creation. Creation. Noun. The act of bringing into being, something created. The creation of 3 new teaching positions means that classrooms will be less crowded.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. If you create a video game, you A. beat its final level, or B. invent it. If you said B, you're right. When you create something, you make it for the first time.
Elevate. Elevate. Verb. To lift up, to raise to a higher level. Jane Austen elevated the English novel to new heights. Elevation. Elevation. Noun. Height. I have to look up the elevation of Mount Monadnock for my chart.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? If you elevate your bed, you could store things underneath it. If you said true, you're correct. A bed that has been raised up has space underneath it.
Eliminate. Eliminate. Verb. To get rid of. To remove or leave out. Zeb decided to eliminate the last paragraph because his report was too long. Elimination. Elimination. Noun. A getting rid of. The elimination of the Red Sox from the pennant race upset my mother terribly.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. When your job is eliminated, you A. get a raise, or B. lose your job. If you said B, you are correct. To eliminate something means to get rid of it.
Engage. Engage. Verb. Number 1. To put to work. To hire. The beachfront restaurant engages extra help every summer. Number 2. To keep busy or active. Wen Lin tried to engage her cousin in conversation, but she was very shy. Number 3. To bind oneself to do something, especially to marry. My parents got engaged on New Year's Eve.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no. If a book engages your attention, it is dull. If you said no, you were right. When something engages you, it captures your interest.
Entrance. Entrance. Verb. To fill with joy or delight. The young dancers entranced the audience with their grace and beauty. Entrancing. Entrancing. Adjective. Delightful. The songs were so entrancing that we hated to see the performance end.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. If a baby is entranced by a toy, he or she, A, is afraid of the toy, or B, laughs and smiles when the toy is presented. If you said B, you are correct. Something that is entrancing causes people to be filled with joy and delight.
Essential. Essential. Adjective. Most important. Very necessary. Fresh fruit and vegetables are essential to a good diet. Essentials. Essentials. Noun. Plural. Something that cannot be done without. I packed my overnight bag with my toothbrush and other essentials.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Water and oxygen are essential for human survival. If you said true, you're right. Humans cannot live without water and oxygen.
Foremost. Foremost. Adjective. First in importance, time, or place. This new play by America's foremost playwright is breaking all box office records.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? The world's foremost expert in volcanoes is the person who knows the most about volcanoes. If you said yes, you are right. Someone who is the world's foremost scientist is the most important or knowledgeable scientist.
Forsake. Forsake. Verb. To have nothing more to do with, to turn one's back on. I'd never forsake my old friends if I became rich and famous.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. If you forsake your parents, you A, honor them, or B, stop talking to them. If you said B, you're correct. If you forsake people, you turn your back on them and have nothing more to do with them.
Recognize. Recognize. Verb. Number 1. To know and remember upon seeing. I recognized the name, but not the face. Number 2. To admit the truth or accept the existence of. For many years, the U.S. was unwilling to recognize the government of China. Number 3. To accept and approve. The manager told my mother that the company recognizes the good job she does.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Famous actors are recognized everywhere they go. If you said true, you're right. If you are famous, many people know and remember your face when they see you.
Sentimental. Sentimental. Adjective. Expressing feelings of love or pity, sometimes to excess. The movie was so sentimental that everyone was in tears.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Sentimental songs are usually about A. Love, or B. Money and cars. If you said A, you are correct. A sentimental song is a romantic song.
Source. Source. Noun. The thing or place from which something comes. We decided to go on a trip to reach the source of the Nile River.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? The source of this egg is a baby chick. If you said no, you are right. Eggs come from grown chickens, not baby chicks.
Tour. Tour. Noun. A trip or journey in which one usually returns to the starting point. The band played over 20 concerts on its tour of the Midwest. Verb. To travel to different places. My cousin Anna and I toured the old part of Montreal in a horse-drawn carriage.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? A tour of Philadelphia probably includes a visit to the Liberty Bell. If you said true, you're correct. If you tour the city of brotherly love, you probably stop at several locations, including the Liberty Bell.
Tradition. Tradition. Noun. A belief, custom, or usual way of doing things handed down within families or other groups. Fireworks on July 4th are an American tradition. Traditional. Traditional. Adjective. Handed down from age to age. My whole family enjoys getting together for a traditional Passover Seder.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. A traditional Thanksgiving meal includes A. lasagna or B. turkey. If you said B, you are correct. The custom of eating turkey on Thanksgiving has been handed down over the years.
Trio. Trio. Noun. A group of 3 people. Luis plays the cello in a trio.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? A band that's considered a trio contains 3 members. If you said yes, you're right. A group of 3 people is called a trio. Arrest. Arrest. Verb. Number 1. To stop the movement or progress of. The doctors were able to arrest the spread of the disease. Number 2. To seize and charge with breaking the law. When the police arrested the suspect, they found the stolen jewelry in his pocket. Noun. The act of arresting. The police officer made the arrest at the scene of the crime.
Now, let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Which of these can arrest a car? A. The gas pedal, or B. A barrier. If you said B, you're right. A barrier might block the road and stop a car's progress.
Capable. Capable. Adjective. Able to do things well. Skilled. Although she is only 14, Samantha is capable of playing varsity hockey. Capable of. Capable of. Adjective. Number 1. Ready and able to. Even in his 90s, Bob Hope was still capable of entertaining an audience. Number 2. Having the qualities necessary for. Although she's only 14, Samantha is capable of babysitting 2 small children.
Now, let's review word meaning. True or false? Someone who is a capable writer struggles to put together sentences. If you said false, you're correct. A capable writer is skilled at writing.
Congratulate. Congratulate, verb, to express pleasure for a person's success or good fortune. Allow me to congratulate you on your victory. Congratulations. Congratulations, noun, plural, good wishes. Our class made Zell a card that said, "Congratulations on winning the 10K race."
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. You might congratulate someone for A, winning an award, or B, celebrating Valentine's Day. If you said A, you are correct. When someone wins an award, you might express your happiness that they have succeeded by saying, "Congratulations."
Despise. Despise, verb, to scorn and dislike strongly, to consider unworthy of respect. The French nobles despised the peasants, whom they considered lacking in refinement.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. You would want to invite people you despise to your birthday party. If you said no, you're right. Having people you detest at your party would be unpleasant.
Dispute. Dispute, noun, a strong difference of opinion, an argument. The feuding neighbors were unable to settle their dispute and finally took it to court. Verb, to question the truth or value of. When her parents disputed the value of her new bike, Rona produced an article in Cycling that praised it.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? When you dispute the price of something, you ask how much it costs. If you said false, you're correct. Disputing the price of something means arguing that the price should be different.
Eventual. Eventual, adjective, coming at a later time, happening as a result of. Years of practice led to his eventual success as a Wimbledon tennis champion.
Now, let's review word meaning. Yes or no? An actor may go to several auditions before finding an eventual leading role. If you said yes, you are correct. Something that is eventual happens at a later time.
Helm. Helm, noun, number 1, the wheel or tiller used to steer a boat. The skipper said I could take the helm since the sea was calm. Number 2, a position of control. With a new president at the helm, there is a strong likelihood that the company will grow.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Some cars have power helms. If you said false, you are right. A helm is used to steer a boat, not a car.
Humiliate. Humiliate, verb, to treat in a way that takes away a person's pride or self-respect. His fellow workers humiliated Hans Christian Andersen because he seemed so strange. Humiliation. Humiliation, noun, the act of humiliating or the state of being humiliated. The emperor in the story could not hide his humiliation at the way the two tailors had tricked him.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no. Children sometimes try to humiliate their classmates by playing tricks on them. If you said yes, you are right. Playing jokes on people can embarrass them and hurt their pride.
Implore. Implore, verb, to plead with or beg for with much feeling. I implored my parents to let me go with them.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. When drivers get caught speeding, they might implore the police officer to A. Not give them a ticket, or B. Take them to the station. If you said A, you are correct. Drivers often beg police officers to let them go without a fine.
Insert. Insert, verb, to put in. Please insert 55 cents, said the voice on the phone. Insert. Insert, noun, an extra piece sewn or put in place. My new shirt has a lace insert at the neck.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Newspaper inserts are usually A. Advertisements, or B. Large headlines. If you said A, you're right. The extra pieces put in the middle of newspapers are often ads from stores.
Outrage. Outrage, noun, number 1, anger caused by injury or insult. The decision to close the school caused outrage among the parents. Number 2, anything that causes resentment or anger, a wicked or brutal act or remark. Capital punishment is an outrage and should be banned, she shouted. Verb, to fill with anger or resentment. The way some people allow their dogs to run without a leash outrages me.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Gardeners would be outraged to A. Receive a gardening trophy, or B. Find that animals had burrowed holes in their gardens. If you said B, you're correct. You'd probably be very angry if animals dug holes in your garden.
Pierce. Pierce, a verb, number 1, to pass or break through. A beam of light suddenly pierced the darkness. Number 2, to make a hole through. The needle pierced the thick fabric easily. Piercing. Piercing, adjective, very loud and shrill. The piercing cries of the seagulls woke me up.
Now let's review word meaning. True or false? Sirens from police cars are piercing. If you said true, you're right. Police sirens are very loud and shrill.
Quiver. Quiver, verb, to shake with small, rapid movements, to tremble. The child's lip quivered as if he were about to cry. Noun, number 1, a trembling. There was a quiver in her voice as Mira told us about the accident. Number 2, a case for holding arrows. Each archer was equipped with a bow and a quiver full of arrows.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. Your body might quiver when the weather is A. Cold or B. Hot? If you said A, you are correct. Cold weather can cause you to shiver or tremble.
Release. Release. Verb. Number 1. To let go, to free. The pigeons flew away as soon as I released them from their cages. Number 2. To make known. A copy of the governor's speech was released to reporters at noon. Noun. Number 1. A setting free. 4 years after his release from prison, Nelson Mandela was sworn in as South Africa's first black president. Number 2. A making known. The publicity committee hurried to get out the press release so people would know about the play.
Now let's review word meaning. Yes or no? If a book is banned, it is released to stores. If you said no, you are right. A forbidden book would not be made available to the public.
Sullen. Sullen. Adjective. Silent from anger or hurt. Tom grew from a sullen teenager into a friendly and outgoing young man.
Now let's review word meaning. Choose A or B. A sullen young girl is likely to A. Hide in her room, or B. Run for class president. If you said A, you are correct. Children who are silent because they are upset probably spend a lot of time alone in their rooms.
The end.